Evening. Welcome to the December 2nd City Council meeting. I'm Gina Shara. I'm the City Council President, and I will be presiding this evening. This meeting and all participating on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. We will begin with public comment. Then after public comment, we will convene the meeting. If you wish to make a public comment, please use the raise hand feature. That feature is in the bottom menu bar under reactions, or sometimes it's under participants. And if you're calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by hitting *9. Before I go through the long preamble I have about public comment, I'm going to see if I see any hands. So if you are here to comment, if you could please raise your hand. Okay, there is a hand. So I'm just going to let you know that we can't accept comments over chat. So we're not going to be using that feature. And I'll unmute each raised hand in the order it's raised to make a comment. Before you begin, please state your name and your city or town for the public record to ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak. The council limits comments to 3 minutes. You're not obligated to use those 3 minutes, but if you do, after 3 minutes, I'll ask you to please finish your sentence. According to our rules, we don't respond during public comment as it is your turn to speak. So while your comments should be directed to us, you'll understand when we don't respond. Our rules also state that councilors and members of the public shall conduct themselves with civility and respect at all times. And you may speak on any topic. It doesn't need to be an item on the agenda. And I ask that all but the council turn off their video until called upon. Only the person recognized has the floor, and all comments are to be directed to the council. This meeting can also be watched on Channel 15 or by streaming on Northampton Open Media's YouTube channel and their other platforms. And the recording of this meeting will be available at Northampton Open Media's Government Video Archive channel on YouTube. And I thank them as always for providing that public service. So the hand that I see is Meg Bandara.
Hi, thank you for letting me comment. My name is Meg Bandera and I live in Northampton, and I am here to comment in support of one of the CPC projects up for vote tonight, which is the accessible trail at Rocky Hill Conservation Area. So currently there are no unpaved universally accessible trails in any of Northampton's conservation land. That represents a big gap and lack of access for many residents. Currently, we know that natural space has health benefits, and one of those benefits is stress relief. So people with limited mobility have a hugely significantly higher instance of stress-related illness than the general population. So access to conservation land is really important for that population. And one of the things that we know about green space is that it's not all created equal when it comes to health benefits and stress relief. The more natural the space is, the more stress relief and the more health benefits it provides. So that's really important for this population. Not just this population can be helped by these trails though. Seniors and people with small children can also benefit from the easier access to nature that these trails will provide. And together, those three cohorts, people over age 65, those under 65 with a disabling condition, and those under age 5, together represent 30 to 46% of Northampton's population. So 30 to 46% of the residents in this city can benefit from easier access to nature. So I hope that you'll vote tonight in favor of this project. And I also hope that you'll internalize some of the information that I've presented and think about it if you're staying on the council or moving to a different position in the city, or maybe a councilor-elect who's listening in, and start thinking about where Northampton's next accessible trail can go after this one. Because I think that so many people can benefit from this, and it's something that we really should be looking more towards in Northampton. And if you do want more information about this issue, happy to speak to anyone on the council or not. And I also started unpavedtrails.org, unpavedtrailsforall.org to advocate for this issue. And there's a ton of information there. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Okay. looking for other hands. I should say that if, though we don't use the chat function for receiving comment, if you're having trouble raising your hand, feel free to put that in chat to me. Also, you can turn on your camera and wave to me, and hopefully I'll try and see you if you're having that problem. Oops, sorry. Paul Gula. Can you unmute? There you go.
Yes, I'm here with our Michelson Galleries for our front facade project. We have two speakers who I believe should be chiming, who should be coming onto the Zoom, any minute now. So I don't know if when they come on, if they can speak, or if there's an opportunity later for them to speak in behalf of our project.
So this is the public comment time. And so if they're available now, there won't be public comment after we close public comment.
Okay.
Unless they're recognized during the item.
Okay, so they should be logging in any minute now.
Do you know who I should be looking for?
Linda Post and Vitek Kruta.
Okay. I will see if and you have no comment to make yourself?
I mean, I can sort of tell you a little bit about the project. I mean, we've presented this to the CPA board. Just to give you a quick rundown, we want to do some masonry work on the front of our building, and our building is a historic designation, and so we were going for CPA funds to help with the restoration of the project and the masonry work up top. It's extensive. It's a little bit more than a small business like us can handle. It's a centerpiece of the downtown area. It's one of the largest buildings right in the middle, has a lot of presence, and we'd like to restore it back to, one, to make it safe, because masonry is starting to crumble and we want to make sure it's safe, but also to, restore it to where its 1913 origins. So we think it's important historically, and we'd like to be able to do it in a way that preserves it down the line. So.
Thank you for that comment.
Mm-hmm.
Councilor, the chair, there was one person waving their hand who.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Okay, I'm unmuting you. Can you press the button unmute?
Yep.
And then I see you, Amy. Okay, can you please state your name and city or town, and then your comment?
My name is Roberta Liebman, and I live in Northampton. I moved here about 5 years ago. I've spent a great deal of my life out of doors, and I'm here to speak in support of an access trail, an all-access trail. I have always spent lots of time out of doors, and it means a great deal to me in terms of mental health and energy. But I'm 88 years old now, and I can only crash around through the woods with a walker. I need some way to get out into that wonderful, wonderful nature. And it seems to me that there is a very large population of potential users here in Northampton. There are lots of retirees. Northampton Neighbors now has 1,000 members. There are people with strollers. There are people with all kinds of access disabilities and problems. It would be a fine addition to increase the number of trails that are accessible to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. And Amy.
Hi, thank you. I'll wait until later to talk about the plastics ordinance, but I just wanted to come on and speak in favor of Michelson Gallery's request to use CPA funding for their facade. I think everybody who knows and loves downtown Northampton knows that the architecture of our downtown is part of what keeps downtown the magical, wonderful place that it is. And Michelson's is certainly an iconic part of that. And we would just wholeheartedly support CPA funding to ensure that their facade stays lovely and beautiful for generations to come.
Thank you. Okay, George K. Oh, you're muted, George. Can you unmute?
Good evening, everyone. I'm George Kohut. I live over at 234 State Street down at here in Northampton. And I'm here tonight just to add a quick word of support for the CPA project, which is up for your approval regarding the accessible trail at my old favorite golf course, Pine Grove. I think it's a great use of the CPA funds. One of the other hats I wear is I'm on the board of the Friends of the Northampton Trails, so I'm very familiar with many of the hiking trails and the biking trails and the commuter trails in town. But what we really lack is a trail that's just accessible to people, that brings them out to nature. And that isn't a paved kind of setting with a lot of other activity going on. I think this is would be a wonderful asset to the city. And I think the Office of Planning and Sustainability has a very good concept for laying it out. And it'll be a bit of a pilot project for the city, which is great. There are other great accessible trails in the area. Silvio Conti up at over at Arcadia, at Mount Tom, but those all are pretty expensive, and this is a much more straightforward project. So thank you very much for considering this project, and I think the CPC did their due diligence, and I would hope that you could move forward in accepting this also. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other?
Counselor Shara, I did see name Linda and Jeff Post was waving a hand as well.
Looking. Oh, okay. Let's see. Linda? Can you unmute?
Yeah.
There you go. Would you like to comment? Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah. Would you like to
Can
comment?
anybody hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Really?
Is the question. We can hear you. Feel free to start. Let me send you a chat so you know.
They can hear you. Okay. So you guys can hear me. All right. So I am both an artist with the R. Michelson Gallery, and I am a co-director of the Paradise City Arts Festival, which has been operating in Northampton for 27 years. And as such, I think that I have a handle on how the arts benefit the city of Northampton as far as tourism and as far as the economy. And I think that the R. Michelson Gallery, because they are such a central location in Northampton and such a large part of the arts community and what drives the economy in Northampton, I think that that they really deserve to get the funding for restoring the historic nature of the gallery. It's something that is really important to the city, and it's something that is a real hardship for small businesses like a gallery. And I think that if there's any way that it can be funded, that would be a wonderful thing for both the city, for tourism for the city, for the economic economic drive that brings people to the city, I think that it's something that is very important.
Thank you.
But I can't hear what anybody else is saying here. So
Okay.
if anybody has something to say, or you can tell me how I can hear things, that would be wonderful.
I wish I could. Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anybody else who would like to comment? Doing a quick look. Okay, seeing no other hands, you all will tell me if you see people waving yes that I'm missing. Okay, I don't see any further comment. So Laura, will you please take the roll?
Counselor Dwight,
I'm here.
Counselor Foster,
Here.
Counselor Jarrett,
Here.
Counselor Labarge,
Counselor Labarge, you're muted. Counselor Labarge?
okay, I do see her lips moving.
Yeah. Can she not hear? Counselor
not
Labarge, you're
sure.
muted.
Um,
Hold on. Oh, you know what? Here we go. I know what the problem is. Okay, try now. There you go.
Thank you.
Gotcha, okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
And, okay, you are present. Okay, Counselor Maori,
Here.
Counselor Nash,
Here.
Counselor Quinlan,
Here.
Counselor Shara,
Here.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Here.
Madam President, you have a quorum.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, first up on our agenda is the announcement of a public hearing. This is a public hearing on 21.347 and 21.348 National Grid Verizon poll petition for one jointly owned pole on Cross Path Road, and National Grid petition to install underground conduit and heavy duty handholds on Old Ferry Road, petition number 304-08955 for Mass General Law, Chapter 166, Section 22. The Northampton City Council will hold a public hearing on Thursday, December 16th, 2021 at 7:05 p.m. on National Grid Verizon New England's petition to install one jointly owned pole across Path Road, and National Grid's petition to install 330 feet of underground conduit leading to this pole, along with 2 heavy-duty handholds on Old Ferry Road. Instructions for accessing the hearing may be found on December 16th, 2021 City Council agenda, to be posted on the website, northamptonma.gov, no later than 48 hours prior to the meeting, and the City Council will hear all persons who wish to be heard thereon. So with the council's permission, I want to move some things around on the agenda, although, hold on, let me, give me 1 second. I'm looking to see if someone is here that was going to present to us. Perhaps he is. Is there an objection to moving up the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move to the consent agenda, which has 2 items. I'm going to read the items and then ask for removals. So the items are the minutes of November 18th, 2021 and 21.364. This is an application for supervised display of fireworks. For
Move
first,
approval, please.
is there any removals? Seeing none.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Dwight, seconded by Councilor Quinlan. Roll call, please, Laura, on the consent agenda, because there's no discussion on the consent agenda.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
I have a question. Is it all right if I ask that or wait until we say approval?
So no, we needed to remove it from the consent agenda to have discussion. That's
Okay,
why I asked if there were any removals.
okay, yeah, I had my finger up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not see your
Yes.
finger.
I would like to,
Okay, so let's, can you take back your motion?
I withdraw my motion.
thank you, Counselor. I would like to remove 21.364.
Okay. So is there okay, so we're removing.
So I
removing that item.
move approval of the consent agenda, which now contains just the minutes of November 18th, 2021.
Second.
Motions made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Nash, I think. Roll call, please, on the consent agenda.
Okay. Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes,
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Yes. Move approval for item 21.364, application for supervised display of fireworks.
Second.
This is made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Foster. Counselor Labarge.
yes, for discussion, please.
Yep.
I had notified our council clerk in regards to the name of the competent operator, which was Robert Katowski, that the expiration date on his certificate was December 15th, 21. So Laura, you can speak in regards to how you notified Brian Foote and also the fire department. Can you give us an answer of what you got back?
So, and also I should note that Brian is here.
Oh, he is?
Yes.
Oh,
he
good. All right.
came in case there were any questions.
Okay, well, this
So would
was,
you-
this was in regards to the fire department.
Okay, would you like Brian to answer that? Or you asked, the question was asked to Laura, but would you like Brian to respond?
I would rather have Laura speak in regards to the reply back.
Okay.
I didn't hear directly back from the fire department. I had spoken to Mr. Gutowski's wife, who actually said he was in the process of renewing his certified operator license. And then I think Brian Foote agreed to send a copy of that license as soon as it is renewed.
So Brian, can we hear from you, please?
Sure.
As soon as I obtain a copy of the renewed license from Mr. Katowski, I will forward it to Laura, who will then share it with the city council and the fire department and the state fire marshal. The state fire marshal has already approved this permit on like a couple days ago.
Any other questions? Counselor Dwight, then Counselor Quinlan.
It's worth noting it's not December 15th. So this is a licensed practitioner with approval from the fire marshal and has previously done these projects in the city. And I feel comfortable approving this with our one vote on this consent vote. So.
Counselor Quinlan.
I was just going to ask, is Pyrotechnico Fireworks a vendor that we've used before for this service? Has Mr. Gutowski done this in Northampton before, basically, is my question?
This will be the third time I've worked with Pyrotechnico in capacity with using them as a vendor for fireworks. Previously, the Northampton Center of the Arts collaborated with the same company for, much of the 20-year history or more of First Night. They're very well versed. They have good collaboration within other departments of the city. We have to work with Central Services and the Parking Commission, as well as the fire department, and they have a really good relationship with all those departments as well.
Thank you.
Counselor Labarge and Counselor Nash.
Thank you. Brian, thank you very much for your information. And I have to agree with Counselor Dwight. You have heard that the certificate has been approved, and to me, that is very valuable. So thank you.
Counselor Nash.
So just so I have it right, so that his certification needs to be redone. He's in the process of doing that, and that he is in discussion with the fire chief. So I'm assuming that that the fire chief wouldn't allow this to go forward if he wasn't in compliance. Am I right in assuming that?
Right.
Brian's nodding, but
Yes, the fire chief and the assistant fire chief have both approved the permit and then forwarded to the state fire marshal, who's also approved the permit. So they're very confident that Mr. Kotowski is going to fulfill his requirement to renew his certification for doing fireworks.
Thank you.
Councillor Dwight?
And just for Mr. Kotowski's reputation's sake, at the very least, his license was not revoked. It is merely expired and he's renewing it. He is, as Brian pointed out, I think the sole practitioner for the city of Northampton for 2 decades, and particularly very familiar with the parking garage, which is where the fireworks are, the roof of the parking garage where the fireworks are lit from. So I really couldn't think of anyone else more suited to this, and anyone, and as Brian points out, who has the familiarity and the cooperation of every department that's affiliated with this. So I really have no discomfort at all moving forward and approving this license.
Thank you. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
and Counselor Dwight.
Yes.
Okay, that item's been approved. Thank you, Brian, for joining us. Moving back to updates. Any updates from committee chairs? Seeing none, moving into 1-minute announcements. Okay, Councillor Nash, Councillor Murray, then Councillor Labarge, and Councillor Quinlan.
Thank you, Council President. So I have a brief announcement from the Literacy Project. They're involved in an enrollment campaign right now. And if I could pull up, let's see. So this is from a recent student at the Literacy Project. The Literacy Project has opened doors for me, and it's been an amazing experience. I'm so glad I get the help I need to study and pass my GED and get certificates so quickly and be able to get right to work and have help as well. Thank God I found you guys. Thank you all for your help and future help to come. The Literacy Project is not just a program that offers high school equivalency preparation. It also offers classes in basic skills, as well as college and career preparedness. We have strong partnerships with many community organizations and social agencies that benefit our students. We are so excited to offer these services in the heart of downtown Northampton and our other 4 sites in the Pioneer Valley, which are Ware, Greenfield, Amherst, and Orange. And if people want to get a hold of them, you can find them on the internet at literacyproject.org. And if you want to call them on the phone, it's 413-584-6755. And they're looking, now's their enrollment campaign and to sign people up for January. So that's my announcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maori.
Yeah, hi. So the toy exchange is now called Kids Recycled Toys for Kids. It's an annual event, but it's a little different this year, and it's being sponsored by the Northampton chapter of the Kiwanis Club, but it's going to be run by the Northampton High School Key Club and the Northampton High School Environmental Club. So it's on Friday from 4:30 to 8 p.m. is when you can drop off and donate toys in good condition, puzzles, musical instruments, games, toddler toys. So that's Friday, 4:30 to 8 p.m. at the Northampton High School cafeteria. And then the event itself is Saturday, from noon to 3 p.m. And you can attend and pick out toys for your kids if you you can donate, or you don't have to donate to come in and pick out toys for a child that you know. So thanks.
Great, thank you. Councillor Labarge. You're muted, Councillor Labarge.
I don't know what's going on with that. But anyways, I want to echo what Councilor Rachel Mayor just stated, because I did want to talk about the annual Northampton Toy Exchange, and she did well on that. And I also want to echo what Councilor Nash was talking about on the literacy project. Both Councilor Dwight and I, for many years, have dealt with the literacy project, and they are just absolutely wonderful. I also want to thank our Rotary of Northampton. We had Claire Higgins, the director from Community Action, and we have now made a decision that we are going to be helping the children of healthy families. And there will be gift certificates sent by some of our big corporations of helping the healthy family children of Northampton with Community Action for a great holiday. So I want to thank the Rotary on that. And that's about it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Councillor Quinlan.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to acknowledge a range of emotions that I felt this week. First and foremost, the sorrow that I feel for the loss of Dr. Marty Nathan to our community. My condolences to her family, but also the entire community for losing her leadership. And at this time, I'm just hoping to draw inspiration from her that you can have a tremendous impact on your community, even in an unelected role. So I also wanted to mention that I've been giddy with pride due to the accomplishments of 2 Northampton Public School alums. The wonderful accomplishment of Elena Fragamini to earn a Rhodes Scholarship, and also to see Northampton High alum Valdemar Brower, who was a standout athlete at Northampton High and an All-American at the University of Massachusetts in football, now leading, and they're playing right now while we're here. I would be there if I wasn't here. The Springfield Central football team to their 3rd state championship game. So just a wide range going on there.
Thank you. Thank you for that. It's true. We lost a very brilliant light and a moral compass for Northampton this week. And Marty's influence on our city and our world, and certainly our hearts, was profound and will be everlasting. Thank you for noting that. Any other 1-minute announcements? Okay, seeing no further announcements, Mayor Narkowitz, you have communication to share with us.
Yes, thank you, Council President and members of the council. I wanted this evening to check back in with you, as this is now one of my final meetings before the transition, to give another sort of update on where we are with ARPA. I actually, if it's okay for me to share my screen, I will do that quickly, just because I put together a quick presentation. And just want to grab that quickly here. Okay, there it is. Okay, let's go here, share. Okay, okay. So hopefully you can see that on the screen. So again, I came to you in September and did a presentation about the American Rescue Plan Act, and sort of laid out some of the elements of that we've been working on, including some of the administrative and ministerial aspects of it, but also a commitment to wanting to make sure that we work to develop a process, and then as part of that, be able to transition to the new administration who would be coming in and actually principally leading that process. So so tonight, I just want to go just quickly update where we are there, where we are on the timeline that I shared with you recently. I also want to just give a brief overview of some of the top line data from the ARPA survey. One of the things we launched when I was here talking to you in September was an online survey. That survey just ended on the 28th. And so I want to share some of the initial results that we got from that survey, and then also just quickly lay out some of the next steps. So again, just to kind of quickly recap, in terms of goals for distributing ARPA funds, obviously these are some of the things that we covered in the presentation. These are from best practices that we've seen from other communities and what we've heard from other organizations. I would note the second to last bullet, we emphasize leveraging other state and federal resources. Unfortunately, we still don't fully know what those other state and federal resources might look like in terms of ARPA, although there has been a breakthrough apparently in the last couple of days that the state legislature and the governor, there's some kind of an agreement that may actually finally have a final disposition of the $4 billion that the state received in ARPA funds and how that will come out to the communities across Massachusetts. As we've said many times, one of the keys here will be wanting to make sure we're leveraging our funds with those state and federal funds, and making sure that we're not spending things on an area that might be funded with state funds. So just so we can make the dollars go as far as they possibly can. So we're still waiting for some of that, but there might be a breakthrough on the state level. In terms of the, oh, there we go. So here's the timeline that I showed you the last time I was here. This is just kind of a quick update to where we are. Obviously, we were waiting for the election of a new mayor on November 2nd. And obviously we now know that that is your city council president. So essentially, since the election, we've been engaged in a transition with Council President Shara. And one of the big pieces of that has been ARPA, and bringing her up to speed on where we are with ARPA and some of the internal discussions and some of the background materials that we've been using. And so that continues, including working on this presentation, just so that she had an understanding of it and was comfortable with it. And so we've been moving forward with that, and we'll continue to do that, not just on ARPA, but on all matters related to municipal government. So the survey was completed on the 28th. Obviously, the inauguration will happen. And then we sort of roughly sketched out a timeline in January. Mayor Shara would be putting together an ARPA advisory committee to help gather more community input and to advise her on the project selection process. And then, tentatively in the winter and spring of 2022, requests for project proposals would be issued. And then in the spring of 2022, projects would be selected, funded, and initiated. So again, just a quick reminder, because we've talked about this before and there's maybe some confusion about it. This is principally a COVID recovery fund, and there's actually 4 very discrete categories of ways that the funds can be spent, both by the city and actually by the state as well. First and foremost, category 1 is responding to the public health emergency or its negative impacts. I mean, that's really the heart of it, the recovery for local communities, whether that's households, individuals, small businesses, nonprofits, or other impacted industries. Second category is the paying workers providing essential work during COVID-19. That's sometimes referred to as the premium pay. That's something I know the state is looking at in their package that they're putting out as well. And that is, you may have heard that is also includes municipal workers as well, in terms of essential workers. And so that is something that will actually be part of collective bargaining next year, because that is subject to collective bargaining. So category 2 sort of sort of put that off to the side, at least with regard to municipal employees, would be a subject of collective bargaining. And I've had communication with union leadership about that. And obviously we briefed the mayor-elect on that. Category 3 is the reduction in revenue piece. Again, this is the recovery of lost revenues during COVID. I know we went into a little more detail about that. And then category 4 is the infrastructure piece. And again, that is limited to water, sewer, or broadband. And really that piece of it fits nicely with our capital plan work that's going on right now. The capital program is being assembled. And that's another one that we'll be handing off to the mayor-elect, and the mayor-elect will be finalizing and presenting a capital program. And obviously the key issue, the projects that are allowed on that, the municipal water and sewer, and then potentially down the road broadband, sort of dovetails nicely with the capital program. So the survey really, it really was looking broadly at the area of COVID recovery, COVID impact. And so category 1 is really a key area for the survey. So briefly, the survey that we did, it was sort of a 2-part survey. This was an online survey that was available in both English and Spanish. Part 1 was to really understand what impact the pandemic itself had on city residents, how they got through the pandemic and what some of the issues were that they faced and their family faced. And then part 2 was really to survey them on what they saw as their priorities for COVID-19 response and recovery efforts. Again, the survey was available October 1st through November 28th. It reached roughly 1,460 respondents, with 9 residents opting to take the survey in Spanish. Again, I'm going to share some just sort of top line data. There's a lot of work that has to be done to tabulate and to including tabulate some of the written responses, as well as a drilling down in terms of really getting the numerical responses. But we do have some initial data just in the last few days that we can share. And then obviously a final report that will lay out all of that survey data is being worked on and will be presented in the future. So in terms of the part 1 piece of the survey, mental, social, and emotional health were key issues during the pandemic. While strong majorities of Northampton stakeholders reported their status as excellent or good on every measure asked, about 1 in 5 respondents shared that their household was doing only fair or poor in terms of mental health, that's 23%, and social and emotional health, 21%. Further, mental health related issues top Northampton residents' list of major or moderate problems, with 28% feeling nervous, anxious, or on edge, 18% feeling down, depressed, or hopeless, 16% feeling lonely or isolated, and about 13% each citing access to mental health services and medical services as problems. Interesting to note, in today's announcement about the state's ARPA funding, healthcare and mental health services was one of the big areas that they've prioritized in their funding. So it seems like what we were seeing in our survey is probably similar to what the House and Senate may have heard in their work and their hearings in terms of the impacts of COVID. The pandemic created financial difficulties for some local residents. Economic concerns and providing remote support to extended family members are listed as major or moderate problems facing Northampton households. 46% shared that COVID-19 had a major or slight impact on their household income. 19% report that someone accessed unemployment insurance in their household, along with 7% who took advantage of food assistance. Far fewer report accessing mortgage, rental, or utility assistance in Northampton. Most said they were aware of some of all of those services, and few reported difficulties accessing them, with the exception of 7% who said it was very or somewhat difficult to access unemployment benefits. Major reports on school-aged children, and obviously this will ring true to many parents, including those on the city council. Of the 360 respondents who reported that they have school-aged children, or 31% of the overall survey population. 50% reported that the pandemic had a negative impact on their children's education, and 33% said it had a major negative impact. So, that's 83% of those respondents saying that the pandemic had a serious impact on their children. Here's some of just a quick pullout quotes from some of the people who responded in this category. I won't read them, but you can see them there on the screen. And again, probably things that you've heard from friends and family members, not only here in Northampton, but probably around the country. Additional family challenges. Here's some other quotes. Here's one piece about childcare, unexpected childcare, and the challenges that and the stress that placed on parents and a single mom, attempting to work from home, home, school, everything in close quarters. Some cited Comcast and the challenges of affordable internet access. And then others just cited the challenges of having, elderly parents or, a college-age child who had to move home or attend college remotely. That's certainly one I can relate to personally. And then in terms of the responses, you may remember in the survey itself, we asked people to sort of check their top 5 things that they thought were top priorities. Again, this is just a quick raw overview. We'll be drilling down deeper to really understand the numbers of how many people selected certain things as their first choice and how that played out. But this kind of gives you an overview of what we were hearing. Obviously, services and shelter for people experiencing houselessness came up. Housing assistance came in sort of close second. So obviously, housing and housing insecurity seems to be a major issue. Sustainability and climate change mitigation and adaptation came in very high. Digital equity, again, getting back to that whole issue about some of the things we heard earlier about access to internet for school and work, and then food security is right up there as well. And you can go down the line and sort of see how people chose things that fell into the top 5. And again, this is just a quick brush of those, and we'll be getting deeper information on where that was coming from and how the numbers look. Most critically important citywide community needs for the city to focus federal resources. Again, this was a set of questions that people could check and respond to in terms of things that we needed. Obviously, not enough affordable housing, got a significant response. Small business support, infrastructure, transportation, vacant properties. Again, not enough quality housing. And then you can sort of see down the line what those were. Again, we'll be drilling down deeper into those responses. We're fortunate in the mayor's office to have Alan Wolf as the chief of staff, who's actually a former pollster and used to do this professionally. So he has a lot of skills at that, and so he'll be doing more work on this. So in terms of ARPA next steps, obviously we'll be working to finish the transition and again, working to finish the final results of the ARPA survey. We'll be working on the, obviously then we'll have the inauguration, and then this sort of moves into Mayor-elect Shara's time. And again, we highlighted this plan around an ARPA advisory committee. And then sort of a very tentative timeline for project proposals and projects selected and initiated. I did actually realize as I'm going through this that I think I skipped over one slide. I think, the weird delay when you're sharing your screen, I want to just go back because I do think I skipped one quick slide that I wanted to just make sure that it's this one. This was just, again, this is just a quick recap of the actual funding timeline itself. The fact that, we are slated to receive $21,747,984. All of it must be committed by December 31st, 2024. So we have to basically commit it all to projects by then. And then we basically have an additional 2 years to actually, the funds have to be expended. And again, the funds are dispersed into installments. The first payment was already dispersed and the second payment will be dispersed in June. We've been doing a lot of work in terms of setting up record keeping systems and making sure we are signing all the relevant forms that we need to sign with the federal government. We've also consulted our outside auditor, because this is sort of a really unique way for the city to receive funding that's sort of obviously probably once in a lifetime type funding. And so we've been working with our the outside auditor just to understand how this federal funding, which literally just got approved by the Congress and just pushed out, how this fits in with municipal accounting and municipal finance, and when we get audited and how we show it as coming in, because it's not your typical revenue stream. And so you'll see on the agenda later on tonight that there is a kind of an acceptance vote, a very generic acceptance vote of the grant. If you could call it a grant, because we didn't really apply for it. It just is automatically going out to all cities and towns across the country. And so our independent auditor has recommended that we take this just so that we can document it more for municipal and state accounting purposes. And that's something that you're seeing in other communities now, that other communities are taking this vote because probably their outside auditors are recommending. I know Chicopee just did it the other night, and some other cities around us have done it as well. So just wanted to flag again the funding itself, how much it is, how it comes to us. And so that's really where we are. And again, my goal for this from when we talked about it back in September was, I really felt my role as the outgoing mayor was to put in place, all of the administrative pieces and begin to collect data and do some of the initial research. But really, with the election looming, wanted to make sure that we were prepared to transition this to whomever the mayor-elect is, so that they could carry it forward into 2022. So that is my quick update and report. And if there are questions, I'll take them. If the mayor-elect wishes to add anything, I would defer to her on that.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been a pleasure doing this transition with you around this really exciting money that we're getting. And I'm happy to also answer any questions. Just quickly, I'll talk a little bit about the advisory committee that we're looking to appoint. And so this, they'll have a few jobs, or I'll ask of them a few jobs. One is to help steward this public process. So we've talked about having public forums. So we want to make sure that I want to get them appointed and then lay out a plan for public forums so that people can tell us directly, in addition to the survey data, how their thoughts on how this money should be spent. And this will be the committee will be made up of community members with experience with these sort of allowed areas of use, but people who will not be applying themselves for these funds. And I would like to also have representation from the council on this committee. And the other thing that I would like the committee to work on is helping to figure out this application process. So figure out what the applications will be and then review those applications. So I don't know if there are other questions. Unless the council wants to keep seeing these next steps, Mayor Narkowitz, could you stop sharing your screen just because I can't see the council? Oh, Councilor Nash has his hand up.
Thank you, Council President. And thank you, Mayor, for presenting this. I just want to acknowledge the survey results indicate a lot of pain and suffering going on in our community, and that it's pretty profound, and that I think we as counselors have been we've been hearing about it, we've known about it in story after story, but to see it represented so starkly in these numbers, when I took the survey myself, I thought it really interesting that it was a survey that really wanted to mine into the state of mind of people. And I think what we're seeing is that, that there is a lot of hurt and suffering. And I also really appreciate the priorities that were laid out here. Anyway, I thank you for the survey, and I look forward to hearing, Mayor, more interpretation from Alan Wolf on this, as I'm sure he's, going to be looking into this further. Thank you.
Thank you. I know I saw another hand. Yes, Councilor Maori.
Just a comment and then a question. My comment is just the plug for, outreach, because whatever services we can come up with to help folks in Northampton won't mean a lot if we can't get the word out. And I think a lot of times that's when new services fail, or I noticed the, environmental friendly services and mass saves and all those, a lot of that is just getting the word out to folks that these services and programs exist. So that's my little plug for, outreach across the board. It's going to take a kind of I think a significant promotional campaign to alert our residents about what might be available. And my only question was just looking at the timeline. It said that you were going to initiate some of the projects and programs in the spring, but we don't get our second installment from ARPA until June. So, I don't know how much the June 11th, previous June funding was. Do you feel like there's enough to begin initiating these programs before we get our second installment? That's either for the president or the mayor, whoever.
Mayor, please go ahead.
Well, it's $11 million.
Yeah.
So that's not an insignificant amount of money. And, particularly if you think about some, we certainly have some big projects, just even some of just the internal projects that we might have in the infrastructure area, for example, water and sewer and broadband. I think about the Main Street redesign project, for example, which is going to have a major water component and sewer component to it. And so that's like an example of something that would be, so anyway, yeah. So I think that you could begin the process, and just knowing that the allocation would be coming later. But I do think it's important, given the fact that you pretty much, once June of 2022 rolls around, you've pretty much only got another like 6 months at that point to allocate all the funds. So I think you'd be cutting yourself, you'd be making it a little tight for yourself to do that. So so I think it's other communities seem to be planning to begin this process in 2022. Pretty much everybody has been kind of waiting a little bit, because I think, again, we're all waiting to see what the state is doing with its funds. They're announced, like I said, they're going to be putting out a bunch of sounds like a bunch of stuff related to healthcare and mental health, and particularly communities that are medically underserved that were heavily impacted during COVID. I think that's the other thing to just keep reiterating to people, because I know people sometimes think like, wow, we're getting all this money, but it really is supposed to be for COVID recovery. And it's supposed to really be focusing on those needs that we heard in the survey by people impacted by COVID, and then just moving forward, how do we recover from it? So it's always important to just keep bringing people back to that, and that's why I think the federal government has put in place these, I wouldn't say strict, but these buckets that you can only use the funds for. So anyway, things, infrastructure is limited to things, very discrete items. Not building parks and not building, it's really about road infrastructure. Not even roads can be built with the funds. It's water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure, for example. So there'll be an education component as we go along through. I say we loosely, I'm sorry, but there'll have to be also just be an education component in terms of people's expectations for what the funds can be used for, because we don't want to run afoul of the federal regulations.
Thank you.
Counselor Jarrett and Counselor Labarge.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a clarifying question about the timeline. Were you saying that everything has to be allocated by the end of 2022? Because in the original timeline, I thought it said by the end of 2024. Could you clarify that?
You're muted.
You are correct, and I did misspoke. It's the going back to the original timeline. There's a it has to be allocated, and then it has to be spent. Sorry, I'm just trying to pull that timeline up again. Yeah, the timeline is that you need to have allocated the funding by the end of 2024. So it's not as tight a timeline as I described. That is correct. So, you know, you could certainly change it up and do an additional round, for example, if you wanted to. Something tells me this money is you're going to get a lot of project proposals in the first round, and 22 million won't seem like as much money as you think when you get $80 million worth of project proposals. So, so yeah, but you are correct. Thanks for catching that.
Great, thank you.
Counselor Labarge, right?
Yes, thank you. Mayor, how are we, or is your department going to reach out to the many people who don't have computers? I don't have a lot of people that have a problem, can't afford computers. So how are you going to get that information to many people throughout the city who don't have access to the computer?
So again, this survey was really just an initial information gathering tool, and really, I think as the mayor-elect described, she envisions that there being a much an expanded public process that would include other ways of communicating and outreach to people, including forums and things like that. So that would be an opportunity to gather gather input in more of a public forum style. So we just felt that this was one tool for collecting some quick data from people, especially the kinds of data that we heard about people's impacts. But this is obviously not going to be the final word on how the funding would be spent. This is just some data to help guide the process. I think, as the mayor-elect alluded to, one of the things that this advisory committee will be tasked with is to help her do that public outreach.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilor Labarge, you bring up a good point. We don't know what the pandemic has in store for us for the next 6 months. So if it's not possible to have public forums in person and they do need to be remote, then that just means we need to work extra hard to to connect with people who aren't going to be able to do that remotely.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you, everybody.
Can I just add one more thing, Counselor? And that's just that we have put the slideshow will be on the website. So if people want to go back and review it or share it with constituents, we have an ARPA page, and we've been putting all of our presentations and anything related to ARPA, links to ARPA. It's sort of a clearinghouse for all things ARPA. So that would be available if somebody wants to look at it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on, we've already done the consent. Oh, okay, so my next question to the council is there an objection to moving the discussion on moving the presentation on the council rules to before the order for the rules, which is number 14, with the reasoning being that this is, these pertain only to the council and the business, it's only the council's business. And we have a lot of financial orders to get through, and I know that there are people from the public that are here for those orders. So is there any objection to moving having that sort of package of discussion on the rules move down to where that order is. Counselor Dwight?
I have no objection, but it would seem to me that we would move it after the finance committee convenes as well, given the fact that that's where the discussion, the bulk of the discussion, the CPA monies would be had.
Yes, I mean, moving it all the way, unless I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, what I'm saying is moving it all the way down past finance to number 14 where orders are. So right before we get to,
Right.
so after financial orders,
Okay.
regular orders.
That's okay. Thank you. I want to be clear on that, because if we move it on our agenda, it means that we would, never mind. It's important to, I just wanted to point out that it's important that we actually recess, go to finance committee where those items are discussed, and then it comes back to the floor. So I have no objection. I think that's actually wise. Thank
Yeah, I'm just moving the presentation down past the financial orders.
Thank you for explaining that, President Council.
Does that make sense to everyone?
Yes.
Councilor Maori, you're giving me?
Yeah, no, I was just trying to find it on the agenda. Yes, I'm
Number 14.
right. I see. Okay. I'm hoping that our Councilor Lex can hold on. But I guess it's
it will give them a good training.
They're gonna have to sit through the meetings pretty soon anyway. So hopefully they'll be able to. But yes, that makes sense to me. Thank you.
I thank them and I beg their indulgence. Okay, so that means we are going to be recessing for finance. Laura, will you please take the roll?
Counselor Labarge.
Yeah.
Counselor Quinlan,
Here.
Counselor Shara,
Here.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Here.
Okay, our first item is approval of minutes from the previous meeting, which is November 18th, 2021. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Counselor Thorpe, seconded, motion made by Counselor Thorpe, seconded by Counselor Quinlan. Blah. Any discussion on those minutes? Seeing none, roll call please, Laura.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, those are approved. And moving on to our first financial order, 21.357, in order to authorize the Conservation Commission to acquire a conservation restriction on North Farms Road. And why is it not opening for me? Oh, it's not a PDF.
Oh.
Oh, dear.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
That was quite annoying.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. It says opening in 1 minute. No one's got time for that.
I'm going to open it from the council agenda.
I know.
Oh,
because it's
boy.
different.
Yeah, it's a
Really?
doc, not a PDF. It's okay. It's all gonna be okay. We're gonna be fine.
Okay. Oh, rats.
It's okay, Laura.
Word doc there too.
Who's got Microsoft Word? Okay, Counselor Quinlan, you're up. Can you pull it up?
I can. Let's see. Upon the recommendation of Mayor David J. Narcoitz, Planning and Sustainability and the Conservation Commission, 21.357, in order to authorize the Conservation Commission to acquire a conservation restriction on North Farms Road. Whereas the Open Space Recreation and Multi-Use Trail Plan, 2018 through 2025 recommends linking conservation areas along Broad Brook and the surrounding areas to enhance wildlife values and create a continuous Broad Brook Greenway. And whereas Gary Warner has offered to donate to the city a conservation restriction on 34 give or take acres on North Farms Road, adjoining land already permanently protected as part of the Broad Brook Greenway. And whereas the project will ensure that the open fields and forests contained on the premises will be permanently available for sustainable agriculture and forestry, and will create public access on a portion of the area for hiking, and will provide a connection from North Farms Road to the Greenway. ordered that the Conservation Commission is authorized to acquire for conservation and passive recreation purposes as provided by MGL Chapter 40, Section 8C, any fee, easement, or conservation restriction as defined in MGL Chapter 184, Section 31, or any other interest in the above land and any immediately adjoining land, and that the City Council hereby accepts such conservation restrictions, that the Conservation Commission is authorized to accept conservation restrictions on any land so acquired, with such related restrictions and agreements as the city determines are agreeable. Any such restrictions shall be held under the care, custody, and control of the Conservation Commission and are found to be in the public interest pursuant to Section 32 of Chapter 184 of the Mass General Laws.
Thank you very much for reading that. I need a motion, please.
Make a motion to approve and to send it to full city council.
Seconded.
Motion is made by Councilor Labarge, seconded by Councilor Thorpe. And hello, Sarah. You should be able to unmute. Welcome. Thank you for being here. So before you launch into talking about this, since we do have the counselors elect that are joining us this evening, could you just give like a super brief overview on how these sort of packages from CPA come and, you know, what they're looking at here with this group of orders?
I can certainly do that, but this particular order is not a CPA.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. You're right.
There's two that aren't. This is one of them.
Right. Okay. Well, let's do this one, and then when we get to the next
Sure.
one, we'll do it.
And the reason this is not a CPA order is because there is no associated cost to the city with this acquisition. This is a donation from the property owner. He wants to protect his property in perpetuity. So he's donating a conservation restriction to the city. Our only cost will be the survey cost. That will come from the conservation fund. What you have there isn't the final survey, but it shows approximately the areas of public access going forward. And I guess that's it. The order really speaks for itself, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Councilor Jarrett.
I noticed there's a possible future public access path that would connect to North Farms Road, but would that have to connect through someone else's land and not this land?
So that will come into effect if the Conservation Commission acquires the property adjacent to North Farms Road, which we hope to do at some point in the future, but it doesn't make sense to have that access at this point.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, roll call please, Laura, on a positive recommendation.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Councilor Quinlan.
Yes.
Councilor Shara.
Yes.
And Councilor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, that moves forward with a positive recommendation, and we are at 21.358 in order to appropriate $3,000 in CPA funds to Lathrop Communities for continued invasive species removal upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee. Ordered that, whereas Lathrop Communities submitted an application for Community Preservation Act small grant funding for continued priority invasive species removal at its north and east campuses, on both of which the city holds permanent conservation restrictions. Whereas the project will continue to help improve and preserve the health of sensitive habitats in the Parsons and Broad Brook watersheds, has strong community support, and will continue to leverage private funds and extensive volunteer efforts. Whereas the applicant has welcomed public use of its popular trails and will continue to increase public knowledge of the trails on the property as part of this project. Whereas on October 6, 2021, the Northampton Community Preservation Committee voted to recommend that $3,000 in Community Preservation Act funds be used to support this project. Now, therefore, it be ordered that $3,000 be appropriated from Community Preservation Act funding to the Lathrop communities for the invasives removal and education project. Now, the grantee meets the conditions approved by the Community Preservation Committee, the mayor, and city council. Specifically, $3,000 is appropriated from CPA budgeted reserve. Motion, please.
Move a positive recommendation to the full council.
Second.
Made by Councilor Quinlan, seconded by Councilor Thorpe. Okay, Sarah, now.
All right, so now I'll give the little overview of why I'm here and what the Community Preservation Committee and the Act is all about. So I'm Sarah LaValle. I'm staff to the Community Preservation Committee, or otherwise known as the CPC. And the CPC is responsible for making recommendations to the City Council for how Community Preservation Act funds should be spent in the 4 CPA program areas. And these are community housing, historic preservation, open space, and recreation. CPA funds can only be spent on these purposes and cannot be used for general government expenses. And at least 10% of the revenues should be set aside for those purposes. So 10% to housing, 10% to historic preservation, 10% to open space and recreation combined, and then the rest of the revenues can be spent on any of those purposes. And the CPC is comprised of 9 members in total. There are 5 members that are appointed from boards and committees that represent CPA funding areas. So there's 1 position each from the Rec Commission, the Planning Board, the Conservation Commission, the Historical Commission, and the Housing Authority. The mayor appoints 2 members, and the remaining 2 positions are at-large elected members. CPA funds are raised locally through a property tax surcharge with an additional match coming from the State Community Preservation Trust Fund. That is funded by fees at the Registry of Deeds for recording. The committee reviews applications for CPA projects during 2 funding rounds each year in the spring and fall. And the committee welcomes comments and suggestions and encourages people to attend its meetings and speak during public comment period. And they also typically meet on the 1st and 3rd Wednesday of each month during funding rounds. And those are held in the spring and fall. Since the CPA was passed by Northampton voters in 2005, CPA funds have contributed to more than 165 projects in all program areas all across the city. And for this round, the CPA began reviewing project proposals submitted for CPA funding back in August. And after an extensive review that included applicant presentations, site visits, both in person and virtual, public comment sessions, and deliberations, the CPC voted to recommend the requests that are before council tonight.
Thank you for that overview. Any questions? Does anyone have any questions on this? Or Councilor Labarge?
Yeah, Sarah, thank you very, very much for coming forth and talking about this. This applicant has come for quite a while, and it's in dire need that this project go on. And we've always supported it, and it's amazing how welcoming they are. They acknowledge having the public to go ahead and use the trails and so forth. I will support this because it's in dire need, and you're looking at the environment in that area, and especially the healthy species that are involved there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Nash.
Thank you, Council President. Hello, Sarah. Councilor Labarge pointed out that this is a request that we deal with annually and we approve. There's also I just want to acknowledge that there's still this project involves applying Roundup to address some of the invasives.
It doesn't include some herbicide application by licensed applicators that are hired by Lathrop communities, but there's also a lot of hand pulling and mechanical removal. So these funds, which Councilor Labarge has noted, it has come before City Council before and been approved, will allow Lathrop communities to continue invasive plant removal along Bassett Brook on the Florence Road campus and at the North Campus on Bridge Road. The city holds conservation restrictions on both of these properties, and public access is allowed. And Lathrop residents contribute both a really significant amount of volunteer time as well as monetary donations towards the work. So the $3,000 that comes before CPA as part of the small grant round is just a very small portion of the overall project.
Yeah, and if you could repeat, so in the past, I believe the application involved of the herbicide involved like this hooded mechanism, so it's very direct on the single identified plant that they want to remove. We're not talking about broad areas having this applied.
No, there's no foliar spraying of any kind with this application. Herbicide, where it's used, is either through a direct painting on method where you identify the plant that
Right.
you want to remove and you paint it on the stem, or a very targeted application.
So it has a very low impact in terms of using herbicide.
It does, yeah. And when Lathrop Community came before the CPC, those questions came up, and they acknowledged that there have been some discussions among Lathrop Community residents about that. But at the end of the day, everyone agreed that really the only way to achieve the goal of the free 50 acres of invasive species that they're working towards is to include at least some level of herbicide application.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, seeing none, roll call please, Laura, on the recommendation.
Councilor Labarge.
Oh, uh-oh. She just stepped away for a second, looks like.
Oh, okay. Councilor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councilor Shara,
Yes.
and Councilor Thorpe.
Yes.
Councilor Labarge is here.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that moves forward. And we are at 21.3. Sorry, my computer's loading very slowly. 359, which is in order to appropriate $31,922 in CPA funds to Historic Northampton for Shepherd Barn Artifacts Project. Ordered that, whereas Historic Northampton Inc. submitted an application for Community Preservation Act for professional conservator treatment of artifacts to preserve and prepare them for exhibit in the Shepherd Barn. Whereas the collections yield important information about Northampton's history and are frequently accessed for research by community members, businesses, and nonprofits. Whereas improved collection storage was a critical recommendation of the Massachusetts State Historic Records Board and will protect these resources for the future. Whereas on November 17, 2021, the Community Preservation Committee voted unanimously to recommend $31,922 in Community Preservation Act funds be used to support this project. Now therefore it be it ordered that $31,922 be appropriated from Community Preservation Act funding to Historic Northampton Inc. for the Shepherd Barn Artifacts Project, and that the grantee meets the conditions approved by the Community Preservation Committee, the Mayor, City Council. Specifically, $31,922 is appropriated from the CPA Historic Preservation Reserve. Motion?
Move a positive recommendation to the full council.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Quinlan, seconded by Councilor Thor. Any questions for Sarah, or Sarah, anything you want to add?
Sure, just a quick overview on this one. CPA funds will allow Historic Northampton to restore 50 of the larger artifacts that they have in their collection. These include business signs, sleighs, tools, and weather vanes that will then be installed in the Shepherd Barn. The Shepherd Barn is currently being renovated for public access, and these items will be able to be seen for the first time in about 30 years. And I'll just share my screen briefly to show you some of these items. So signs, you can see the H. Shepherd sign here and where it originally used to sit, as well as some of the problems that require restoration. Another Daily Hampshire Gazette sign. These used to be made with sand, and the sand is now becoming visible and getting deteriorated, so that needs some restoration. And some other examples here.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay.
I'm just laughing because I was going to ask, now I know what oleomargarine is. My grandmother used to talk about that, but at first I was like, what is this long word? Then I figured it out. So no questions.
There you go. Any questions or comments? Okay, roll call please, Laura, on a positive recommendation.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Councilor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councilor Shara,
Yes.
and Councilor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, that moves forward, and we're at 21.360 in order to appropriate $20,000 in CPA funds for farmland rehabilitation at the community farm and garden. Ordered that whereas Grow Food Northampton submitted an application for Community Preservation Act funding for farmland rehabilitation at the community farm and garden, whereas the project meets the goals of the Sustainable Northampton Plan, the Northampton Community Preservation Plan, Open Space, Recreation, and Multi-Use Trail by increasing community garden access and supporting agriculture operations and permanently protected farmland, on permanently protected farmland. Whereas on November 17, 2021, the Northampton Community Preservation Committee voted to recommend that $20,000 Community Preservation Act funds be used to support this project. Now therefore be it ordered that $20,000 be appropriated from Community Preservation Act funding to the Farmland Reclamation and Rehabilitation Project. That the grantee meets the conditions approved by Community Preservation Committee, the Mayor and City Council. Specifically, $20,000 is appropriated from the CPA budgeted reserve.
Move a positive recommendation.
Positive recommendation to both city council.
Motion
Second.
made by Councilor Labarge and seconded by Councilor Quinlan. Sarah, I also want to note that the Executive Director of Grow Food is here and can be recognized if anyone has any questions for her. Sarah, is there anything you want to add? Or
Just another quick summary. CPA funding will allow Grow Food Northampton to create some additional community garden plots, as well as edible hedgerows and reclaim farm field edges from their current conditions of overgrown brush and invasive plants back to productive organic farmland. The committee heard during public comment about the increased demand for community garden plots over the past few years, as well as the many benefits seen by gardeners. The entire area, as I'm sure most councilors remember, was acquired in part using CPA funds as part of the Bean Allard acquisition and is protected by an agricultural preservation restriction.
okay, any questions or comments? I do not see any. So roll call, please, Laura, on a positive recommendation.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
and Councillor Labarge.
Yes.
Okay, that moves forward with a positive recommendation. And we are at, you can tell I'm waiting for my computer to load, 21.362 in order to appropriate $230,000 with $230,100 in CPA funds to Valley CDC for a mortgage subsidy program. This is ordered that whereas the Valley Community Development Corporation submitted an application for Community Preservation Act funding for a mortgage subsidy program, whereas the project will provide $50,000 in direct down payment assistance through a deferred interest and principal payment loan to 4 home buyers earning less than 100% of area median income to be able to afford a home in Northampton, with any loan recapture being redeposited into the Community Preservation Act revenue account. Whereas affordable home ownership for families is a high priority item in the community preservation plan, and the project is supported by the Northampton Housing Partnership. Whereas on November 17, 2021, the Northampton Community Preservation Committee voted unanimously to recommend that $230,100 in Community Preservation Act funds be used to support this project. Now, therefore, be it ordered that $230,100 be appropriated to Community Preservation Act funding to the Northampton Mortgage Subsidy Program, that the grantee meets the conditions above with any mortgage note approved by the mayor and subject to conditions imposed by the mayor. Specifically, $230,100 is appropriated from the CPA Affordable Housing Reserve.
Move a positive recommendation to the full council.
Second.
Motion's made by Councilor Quinlan, seconded by Councilor Thorpe. Sarah, anything?
So this project is a little bit different in that it is direct assistance to those who qualify for affordable housing in Northampton, which we don't see a lot of those types of projects. But CPA funds will be used to provide 4 $50,000 down payment and closing cost assistance loans. It will allow low and moderate income first-time home buyers to purchase homes in Northampton. These will help close the gap between typical home prices and the amount of housing debt that a lower moderate income housing can support, as well as create home ownership opportunities. Valley CDC will be administering the program and will work directly with potential applicants. Although only 4 households will receive these loans, a lot more people will benefit from Valley CDC's financial counseling and marketing of the program. And the remaining allocation beyond the direct assistance will contribute to Valley CDC's significant administrative costs to oversee the program.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments? Councilor Quinlan, then Councilor
Yeah,
Jarrett.
I just wanted to ask a question because this is giving a loan to help people get a loan. So I'm curious about what the repayment terms look like.
Sure. So there is a little bit of flexibility built into the council order to allow the mayor to review and approve the mortgages, but generally it's structured so that borrowers who remain in their homes will realize forgiveness of the deferred payment loans beginning at year 16 and through year 30. Households will still owe $7,500 in interest, even if they remain for 30 years. An individual who remains for the full 15 years will owe $57,500. So there's some recapture to the program as well.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor Jarrett?
Yeah, my question was about that. I appreciate that it requires that payback if the property is sold within the first 15 years, and then that partial payback just to ensure that we're seeing, you know, people really being invested in Northampton, and that though, you know, if they decide to leave, that those funds go toward another housing related CPA project in the future.
Councillor Nash, then Councillor Foster, then Councillor Labarge.
Yeah, I just want to say that, yeah, this is actually kind of cool what we're trying to do here, which, you know, through Valley CDC, which is to support people, you know, buying homes and being able to afford to live here. And it's specifically for purchasing in Northampton. Is that correct, Sarah?
It is, yes.
And, you know, I think this is, you know, we as a community, you know, this is a small step. It would be great if the federal government actually came up and, you know, expanded it and provided the type of funding that's needed for this. But I applaud that, you know, we're using CPA dollars to meet this goal, which is something we've heard a lot about over the last few years. So bravo, this is cool.
Councillor Foster.
Just a quick process note. I think one order was skipped in the agenda. The one for the Rocky Hill Greenway. Just jumped ahead one. At least my full council agenda has them in a different order.
Oh, it's in a different order.
Oh, okay. My apologies. Then, Sarah, I had a question for you, or a question regarding this project. I am curious about what the anticipated interest is in applying for a program like this. I know this will be really significant to 4 households, but would love some more information regarding the criteria for selection, and then just a much larger kind of what, as Councillor Nash echoed, the need for more funding for more programs like this, as well as you know, some real needs for, particularly for funding for projects like this for households that don't have generational wealth.
Sure. So Valley CDC will be the ones overseeing the program. So they will go through all of the financial requirements with applicants as well as banks. There will also be traditional mortgages for all of these properties. I could look more into detail about some of the anticipated interest rates, but don't have that available at the moment.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean interest rates. I meant interest from how many people may be interested in applying for this.
So there will likely be a lot of people interested who might not be able to qualify for various reasons. Part of Valley CDC's hard work in administering this program is figuring out who not only is eligible, but who will make the program successful and who it will help the most.
Councillor Labarge.
Yes, I think this is great. And I am so pleased to see a significant amount of housing included in the CPA. We are in dire need of affordable housing in the city. And we also are in dire need of helping our homeless people to be able to have a shelter, a home, an apartment. So I just want to commend our CPA commission, because we're going in the right direction. The voices have been speaking out about affordable homes and about our shelters here in the city of Northampton. So thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. Did I miss a hand? No, Councillor Maori?
I didn't miss my hand. I just raised it. But Sarah, I'm just wondering, so is there a relationship to the cost of the house? Or if it's just $50,000, and can they take less or more, or is there a relationship with the cost of closing costs of the house?
I mean, it will depend on who are on the households and individuals who end up being selected for the program as to what they can afford and what makes sense for them. What we heard from Valley CDC is that even people on the on the upward end of the low and moderate income spectrum, approaching 100%, still have some significant concerns with being able to afford a house. And some people on the lower end of the spectrum might not be able to really make this program work for them. So it will really depend on the individual circumstances of the 4 applicants.
Okay, thank you, Sarah.
Councilor Barge?
Yeah, Sarah, this also at the $50,000 will include the closing fees right down the line, right? All that will be included?
They could be, yes.
Yes?
Yes, they could be.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Roll call, please, Laura, on a positive recommendation.
Councilor Shara,
Yes.
Councilor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
and Councilor Quinlan.
Yes.
Okay, that moves forward with a positive recommendation. And to keep going with CPA and housing in particular, I'm going to skip F for now and take us to 21.365 in order to appropriate $600,000 and $800,000 in CPA funds, Independent Housing Solutions for Housing the Disabled Homeless Project. Ordered that. Whereas Independent Housing Solutions, Inc. submitted an application for Community Preservation Act funding for creation of a supportive ADA accessible facility at 5 Franklin Street to house 16 medically complex, chronically houseless individuals. Whereas the project serves a desperate local and regional need and has widespread support. Whereas the applicant will retain a qualified affordable housing development consultant for the duration of the project to guide the project through to completion. Whereas prior to the release of CPA funds, the applicant will provide the city of Northampton either an affordable housing restriction that is senior to other private financing that shall limit housing for 99 years to individuals earning 100% of the area median income or below, or a first mortgage that could be released if the CPA funds are returned with principal and simple interest. Whereas on November 17, 2021, the Northampton Community Preservation Committee voted unanimously to recommend that $608,000 in Community Preservation Act funds be used to support this project. Now, therefore, be it ordered that $608,000 will be appropriated from Community Preservation Act funding to Independent Housing Solutions for the Housing the Disabled Homeless Project. That the grantee meets the conditions contained therein, and that the final affordable housing restriction or mortgage and budget is approved by the mayor, subject to conditions that the mayor may impose. Specifically, $25,252 is appropriated from the CPA Affordable Housing Reserve, and $582,748 is appropriated from CPA Budgeted Reserve.
I'd like to make a positive recommendation to full city council.
Second.
Motion's made by Councilor Labarge and seconded by Councilor Quinlan. Was that right?
Yes.
Okay. Sarah.
Right. So I know some counselors were involved in the community discussions about this project and know a lot about it. But CPA funds will be used to help create a supportive but independent housing facility for 16 medically complex and chronically homeless individuals. And this will take place at 5 Franklin Street. And the CPC heard a great deal of public support, probably some of the most support they've heard for any project ever, about the proposal and the importance of the project. And it will provide ADA compliant housing for those who can't afford traditional assisted living. This again, as a housing project, is a little bit of a unique model for the CPA in the city, but it's being driven by those with a great deal of passion and experience for the work, and it will create some flexibility with services and funding that can be limited by the more traditional types of affordable housing creation projects that we've seen previously and really have been the model across the state. Collaborators in this instance include private individuals, local nonprofits, Cooley Dickinson Hospital, and healthcare providers. And the details of the project's budget are still being worked out. They're moving towards a closing quickly, but things are still in the works. So the council order provides for some flexibility for that as the project moves forward, but CPA funds are anticipated to be utilized entirely for necessary building renovations to make this possible.
This is a remarkable project. Councilor Foster's done a tremendous amount of work on it. I don't know if there's anything you want to share, Councilor Foster.
Sarah, you did a great job describing it, but I think just to share the passion and creativity to bring this project to light and to seek funding has been it's been a pretty impressive effort. And you know, there's been a tremendous amount of outreach to the neighborhood where this project would go, and makes me pretty proud of Northampton, the support that's there for housing some of the most vulnerable residents we have here in Northampton. You know, just the stat that has stuck with me since I first learned about this project is that, you know, a typical person who is houseless may have a 5 to 7 year wait for housing, but if they're a wheelchair user, they're looking at a 10 to 12 year wait for housing. And it's something here we have an opportunity to act on, and we can do better. And I'm excited for this project.
Thank you. Councillor Dwight.
I think it's worth noting that as the council president did that, Councilor Foster did this in the right way. This was you know, in the past we've had similar projects or projects that meet neighborhood resistance. This neighborhood was actually very receptive, had questions, but Councilor Foster got so far out ahead of this. And in fact, actually attending the meeting that Sarah described was basically, it was a love fest, and that was unique. I haven't seen that in a long time. So I think kudos to Councilor Foster in demonstrating on the proper way to be a city council. And I appreciated it very much.
It was an incredibly touching meeting to have been a part of. Any other questions or comments? Okay, roll call please, Laura, on a positive recommendation.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
and Councillor Shara.
Yes. And we are at 21.366 in order to appropriate $13,000 in CPA funds to Northampton Parks and Rec for pickleball feasibility assessment. Ordered that whereas Northampton Parks and Recreation submitted an application for Community Preservation Act funds to conduct a feasibility study of existing city-owned recreation properties for the creation of outdoor pickleball courts. Whereas the project meets high priority goals of the Sustainable Northampton Plan, Northampton Community Preservation Plan, and Open Space Recreation Multi-Use Trail Plan by creating recreational opportunities for residents of all ages and enhancing the quality of life. Whereas pickleball is one of the fastest growing sports in America, and the project has widespread community support. Whereas on November 17, 2021, the Northampton Community Preservation Committee voted unanimously to recommend that $13,000 of Community Preservation Act funds be used to support this project. Now, therefore, be it ordered that $13,000 be appropriated from Community Preservation Act funding to the pickleball feasibility assessment project, and that the grantee meets the conditions approved by the Community Preservation Committee of the Mayor and City Council. Specifically, $13,000 is appropriated from the CPA budgeted reserve.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion for a positive recommendation to full city council.
Second.
First made by Councilor Barge, seconded by Councilor Quinlan. I can say that if you know anyone who plays pickleball, they are really passionate about pickleball. Sarah, anything you can tell us about this?
So the committee heard a lot about the growing popularity of the sport of pickleball during review of the application. People really love to play it, and they love the exercise that it gives them and the sense of community that comes with it. We heard from people about how they've met people that they never would have met otherwise, and they're going out there and doing all this fun stuff, and it's a good sense of community. Opportunities to play in Northampton are limited, and Parks and Recreation will use CPA funds to hire a landscape and engineering consultant to evaluate existing city-owned sites and recommend 5 possible locations to create a 6-court pickleball facility for public use.
Excellent. Councilor Maori and Councilor Labarge.
Yeah, Ward 7ers are crazy about pickleball. I don't know. I'm glad to hear others seem to be into it as well. I've had several different calls from various parts of the ward, especially once the quarantining got loosened up a bit and people were going out more. But in any case, I went down to play it to be exposed to it and see what it's all about. And yeah, I get it. It's what's great about it is, you know, you can really be at lots of different levels of skill. And it's so, you know, it's like where I played was on the tennis courts on at Look Park, but it's like half that, it's half the court. So you're close enough to actually kind of socialize, but it is fast moving, you get a steady heart rate, but there is a very big social component. And it's kind of low tech. It's not an expensive game to play. You just need kind of this kind of ping pong looking racket. So I was just thrilled to see this on the agenda tonight, because I think part of COVID recovery is exercise and socializing, and this can really accommodate lots of different age groups. I think kids would love it, but it is particularly good for the over 55 crowd too. So, which we have a lot in Northampton. So I'm really happy to see this moving forward.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes, I have to say, I have a family member who makes them and sells them like crazy. And we can go up to stamp them to my niece's house, and the people that are there that play it, it's unbelievable. So I am so happy to hear that our rec department is going to go ahead and do a consultant and hire one to see how feasible it is, because I think our rec fields are going to be packed.
Wow.
Wow, it's right. I think 7 and 6 are getting hit bad.
I mean, I'm hearing it in 4, so I think all of Northampton's having a thunderstorm right now.
The pickleball gods have spoken.
Did you just kick it, Michael?
Councilor Foster.
So Councilor Mayor, yes, kids do like it. My elementary school phys ed teacher, Mr. Thomas, we played pickleball when I was in elementary school. And I know the next question, no, I don't have photos because it was at school. But I remember it being really fun. But on a more relevant note, I was on the Parks and Rec Commission before joining City Council. And this was a conversation a couple of years ago. And I remember Director Moggio, pickleball came up regularly, and she's like, we're looking, and each site that was the sites that people would mention had challenges of being close to homes. Pickleball's noisy, all of these things. And so I'm just really glad to see that the request for funding for the feasibility study has moved forward, and the funding is recommended, and anything that promotes health and community and promoting people getting out there is I think a good thing for Northampton.
Agreed. Any other questions or comments? Okay, roll call please, Laura, on a positive recommendation.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Councilor Quinlan.
Yes.
Councilor Shara.
Yes.
And Councilor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, that moves forward with positive recommendation. And we are at 21.367 in order to appropriate $70,000 in CPA funds to OPS for Connecticut River Greenway Water Access Project. Order that whereas the Office of Planning and Sustainability submitted a CPA application for construction of a universally accessible access to the beach and docks at the Connecticut River Greenway. Whereas the project meets the goals of the Sustainable Northampton Plan, Northampton Community Preservation Plan, Open Space Recreational Multi-Use Trail Plan to increase water-based recreation opportunities and provide additional opportunities for all users. Whereas the project has widespread community support and will continue the city's partnership with Northampton Community Rowing. Whereas on November 17, 2021, the Northampton Community Preservation Committee voted unanimously to recommend that $70,000 Community Preservation Act funds be used to support this project. Now, therefore, be it ordered that $70,000 be appropriated for Community Preservation Act funding to the Connecticut River Greenway Water Access Project, that the grantee meets the conditions approved by the Community Preservation Committee, Mayor, and City Council. Specifically, $70,000 is appropriated from CPA budgeted reserve account. Is there a motion?
Yeah, make a motion for a positive recommendation to full City Council.
Second.
Motion's made by Councilor Barge, seconded by Councilor Thorpe. Sarah, would you like to talk about this?
Sure. So this project will create an accessible trail connection to the beach at the Connecticut River Greenway on Damon Road. And it will include replacing the existing failing docks at the boat launch site, create a better entrance to the docks from the existing accessible path, and then extend those docks down to the beach. The city will be partnering with Northampton Community Rowing, which was a huge supporter of the project on this, and that group will take on maintenance responsibilities for the docks. So ongoing maintenance and putting them in the water and pulling them out seasonally. And access to water-based recreation is a community-wide need, and this work will create new opportunities, and it will also leverage an existing state grant.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilor Jarrett.
Yeah, it's great to see this action coming, from the river swimming study. In the past, I know a dock was destroyed by flooding at that location. You mentioned removing it seasonally. Will that be enough to protect the bridge, the boardwalk, and the dock from, the increasing extreme weather events we're likely to see?
Yeah, I mean, nothing is absolutely guaranteed, as we can see even by the creation of this beach, which did not exist prior to Hurricane Irene. But it should. We're planning for changes and for severe weather moving forward. So hopefully, we think it's a good investment.
Any other questions? Councilor Nash.
Yeah, I just want to echo how great this is that we're actually moving really quickly. We identified, over the last year, the need for greater access to river swimming, and here we are taking action on something. At the last council meeting, we approved the accessible parking spaces at this lot. There's a ramp there that'll now go down to this accessible dock, which will connect people both to boating and to the new beach. It's a great example of how sometimes it looks like we're moving slowly, but we actually move pretty fast here. So thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no further questions, roll call please, Laura, on a positive recommendation.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
and Councillor Labarge.
Yes.
Okay, that moves forward, and we're at 21.368 in order to appropriate $82,900 in CPA funds to Michelson Gallery for 132 Main Street facade project. Ordered that, whereas the Michelson Gallery submitted a CPA application for critical exterior repairs to the 1913 Northampton National Bank building at 132 Main Street, whereas preservation of the building, which is listed in the state and national registers of historic places, is important to the public for the enjoyment and appreciation of its architectural, archaeological, and historical heritage, whereas all work will conform to the Secretary of the Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties, whereas funds will be returned to the Community Preservation Act revenue account if the building is sold within 5 years, whereas CPA funds will be utilized exclusively for critical exterior repairs and in no way contribute to the operating expenses of the gallery. Whereas on November 17, 2021, the Northampton Community Preservation Committee voted unanimously to recommend that $82,900 in Community Preservation Act funds be used to support this project. Now, therefore, be it ordered that $82,900 will be appropriated from Community Preservation Act funding to the Michelson Galleries for 132 Main Street facade project, and that the grantee meets the conditions approved by the Community Preservation Committee, the Mayor, and City Council. Specifically, $82,900 is appropriated from CPA Historic Preservation Reserve.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion for a positive recommendation to full City Council.
Second.
Motion's made by Councilor Labarge, seconded by Councilor Thorpe. Councilor Jarrett?
There's another paragraph to read.
Oh my gosh. You are right. Apologies. Further, thank you. Further, that the City of Northampton acting by and through its Historical Commission is authorized to require for historic preservation purposes in the public interest, historic preservation restriction as defined in Mass General Law, Chapter 184, Section 31 of the General Laws as on the above described premises, and that the City Council hereby approves such historic preservation restrictions. Thank you. I didn't scroll down to the next page. I appreciate that. And we'll note, I see Richard Michelson here, and there were other people at public comment that said that they would be available to be recognized if the council so chose. So Sarah, would you like to talk about this?
Sure. This is another one where seeing the building is helpful. Everyone's familiar with it, but here is the Northampton National Bank building at 132 Main Street. And here are some of the issues that the facade is seeing. That's the back of it. There's the side of the facade, blocks are shifting, things are getting dangerous. Top of the facade facing the street, that's a significant shift. That's a serious concern. And some more shifting blocks here. And then so an overview, the facade at 132 Main Street is in poor condition and requires significant repairs. Falling pieces actually caused closure of a section of sidewalk last summer. And I think really importantly for the committee to communicate that this recommendation represents the difference between a simple repair to make the facade safe and secure and a full restoration that will meet the Secretary of the Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties. And the property owner will need to contribute approximately $100,000 towards that work. And as a condition of the award, the building will be protected through a permanent historic preservation restriction that will be held by the city that will require approval of changes that could affect the building's history. The CPA and the Historical Commission both agreed wholeheartedly that 132 Main Street, the 1913 Northampton National Bank building, which is part of the Downtown National Register District, is an incredibly important building to the downtown and history of the city.
Councilors, questions or comments? Councilor Nash?
Thank you, Council President. Sarah, we spoke earlier today, and I really appreciated, first of all, you shared that the CPC deliberated for quite a while on this to come to this compromise solution, which is the splitting, that using the CPA funds to pay for the difference between a historical preservation and just simply making it so it doesn't fall down. And so that to maintain the integrity of the building. And that I really appreciate the thoughtfulness there, because this is private property and we want to be careful with these funds that we're not spending them on, private property, and therefore it ends up just being somebody is acquiring value through our funding. But in this way, we're securing it through the historic preservation certification, and also that there's an incentive for other property owners who have similar types of structures in the future to seek this type of support. I think it's a really creative solution, and I support this idea that the CPC came up with. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Nash. Other comments or questions from the council? Councilor Jarrett.
Yeah, similar to Councilor Nash, I understand. I'm glad that there was the discussion around how it directly supports a private entity, but provides public benefit. And so the historic preservation restriction seems like seems great. But also I was wondering how the 5-year return of funds, if the building is sold, was arrived at. Why 5 years in particular versus another time frame, to make sure that those funds would be recaptured.
Sure. So the committee discussed potentially going with a longer restriction, but settled on the 5 years because it seemed like something that we could address in a council order and an agreement with the applicant, rather than having to go into a mortgage on the property, which would be a little bit more complicated. And it was intended to reflect the applicant's desire to retain the building. He stated that he does want to stay there and didn't want to sell the building immediately.
Thank you.
Councilor Dwight.
I need to note that there was not a similar application, but it was an application by the co-op associated with the jailhouse years ago for CPA money, and it was declined. And principally the reason it was declined, at least by the council, and it's worth noting, there was no public access to that property. It was privately held property. It was an historical edifice, but at the same time, there was ultimately no public benefit. That's not the case here. This, as we've noted, is a centerpiece downtown. Rich Michelson has been a great steward of this property. And I think the conditions and terms that the CPC managed to come up with here actually will serve as a model going forward with potential properties seeking the same. But it's worth noting that public access is an important consideration here. And Rich needs that public access, otherwise he doesn't have customs. So I think that he's not likely, that's a vastly different project from what we rejected several years ago.
I was thinking the same thing. Other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, roll call please, Laura, on a positive recommendation.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
and Councillor Quinlan.
Yes.
Okay, that moves forward with a positive recommendation. And we are moving to 21.369 in order to appropriate $233,400 in CPA funds to OPS and Conservation Commission for priority property acquisitions. In order to approve purchase 64 acres plus or minus in the Mineral Hills, Parsons Brook, and Sawmill Hills Greenways, and to appropriate Community Preservation Act funds for such purpose. Whereas the Open Space Recreation and Multi-Use Trail Plan 2018 to 2025 recommends acquisition of land for recreation, conservation, and open space needs, preserving character of rural areas, farms, forests, and rivers, and provision of open space connections between public spaces. Whereas the city has an agreement or is negotiating to purchase 3 parcels, 46 acres in the Mineral Hills north of Chesterfield Road, 5.2 acres in the Parsons Brook Greenway south of Ryan Road, and 13 acres in the Sawmill Hills Greenway north of Ryan Road, that fulfill the open space plan recommendations, meet unique open space and recreational needs, and fill gaps in city's open space network. Whereas on November 17, 2021, the Northampton Community Preservation Committee voted unanimously to recommend $230,400 in Community Preservation Act funds to be used to support this project. Now, therefore, be it ordered that the Conservation Commission is authorized to purchase or otherwise acquire for conservation and passive recreation purposes as provided by Master Law, Chapter 40, subsection 8C, any fee, easement, or conservation restriction as defined in Master General Law, Chapter 184, Section 31, or any other interest in the above land and any immediately adjoining land, that the City Council hereby accepts such conservation restrictions, that the Conservation Commission is authorized to grant conservation restrictions and related easements on any land so acquired. The property shall be held under the care, custody, and control of the Conservation Commission, and the acquisitions are found to be in the public interest pursuant to Section 32 of Chapter 184 Massachusetts General Laws. Conservation Commission is authorized to contract for and expend any federal, state, and or other aid available for this project. The $230,400 be appropriated from Community Preservation Act funding to the Northampton Conservation Commission, Office of Planning and Sustainability, for the priority acquisitions project, and that the grantee meets the conditions approved by the Community Preservation Committee, the Mayor and City Council. Specifically, $5,099 is appropriated from the CPA budgeted reserve, and $228,301 is appropriated from the CPA Open Space Reserve. And there are some.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion for a positive recommendation to full city council.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Labarge, seconded by Councilor Quinlan. There were some, did everyone get a chance to look at those maps? Or Sarah, I don't know if you have them as well. But if anyone wants a better look at those parcels, there are maps that are accompanying this order.
Sure. So this is the council's approval, not only of the Community Preservation Act funding for this work, but also the acquisition of these parcels as well. So I'll give you an overview of each of these areas. The one in the Mineral Hills is north of Chesterfield Road. This is part of a larger acquisition project. Other surrounding land in West Hampton, as well as a former gravel pit along Chesterfield Road, is going to be acquired and protected with other funding sources, not the CPA, by the Kestrel Land Trust and State Fisheries and Wildlife. And the parcel to be acquired by the city is bordered on 2 sides by the Mineral Hills Greenway, and it will be bounded on the western side in West Hampton by Fisheries and Wildlife property. Marble Brook, which is a cold water fisheries resource, flows along the property's eastern boundary, and the area is classified as a critical natural landscape. It's part of a larger 288,000 acre landscape block that's part of a large contiguous area of forests, wetlands, rivers, lakes, and ponds with a lot of natural integrity and biodiversity going north and west from here. The parcel in the Parsons Brook Greenway is south of Ryan Road, and it includes an open water marsh beaver pond, as well as Parsons Brook, which is also a cold water fisheries resource, and it will fill a gap in the Parsons Brook Greenway, which envelops the area on 3 sides. So this is really just a missing puzzle piece. The entire area is classified as biomap priority habitat and includes possible habitat for species of conservation concern. And the long history on this one is that it was under about 30 feet of glacial Lake Hitchcock water. And since then, Parsons Brook has cut down through both the sands and the underlying glacial lake clays. And today at the bottom of the brook, what you can find are rounded rocks and boulders left behind as glacial till. And in one small stretch, one of the few exposures in Northampton of underlying bedrock, 200 million year old red sandstone. So this property is mostly covered by water, but it does have an out and back trail connection as well as some fishing opportunities. So a great addition to the Greenway. And then the last parcel in the Sawmill Hills is about 13 acres. And that will make up the western portion of this parcel to be protected, which will leave only sufficient area to retain the house area as a legal lot. There's an existing house there now. The entirety of this parcel is part of the same important core habitat as the Parsons Brook parcel, and it also abuts existing protected land to the west, shown there. The parcel drains into Parsons Brook, which flows through the Greenway to the south through the parcel that we just talked about. And protecting places like this will be increasingly important as our climate changes and annual precipitation patterns change and potentially affect our groundwater supply.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilor Nash.
Thank you. Sarah, I'm having a hard time figuring out which one of these maps represents the 46 acres. Is that 35-078?
Yes, it is. So that's the one on the West Hampton town line.
Okay, that's the one just south of Ryan Road. We're looking at the same thing. Or is it Burt's Pits Road? It's the first map. It's the first map that would be the 46 acres, right?
I'll give you a different view. So this is the 46 acre parcel along the West Hampton. So here's West Hampton. Here's the parcel that we're looking at, and here's the Greenway that surrounds it.
Okay, all right.
These maps unfortunately can't be too detailed because they have to reproduce in black and white to be recorded at the registry and still be readable. But I can show you different maps if anybody.
This is very helpful. Thank you. You've explained it.
Okay, great.
Other questions? Councilor Labarge, then Councilor Jarrett.
Sarah, the Mineral Hills is around on Chesterfield Road where the Claps live, correct?
Yes.
In that area?
Yeah, so this is north of there.
Right.
Councilor Jarrett?
Yeah, so I know the Mineral Hills Greenway is noted on that map, but only to the south, but the city also has property to the north of this acquisition. Is that right? Or am I getting that wrong?
Not immediately abutting this property to the north, but yes, to the north, the city does own property.
Oh, okay.
Let me make sure.
No,
Hang on.
I just oriented myself. I
so
had
no,
it wrong.
we do not. So directly, so there's 2 parcels in between there and the Williamsburg town line.
Right.
So we don't own any land to Williamsburg. But we
Thank
do own land to the east and conservation restrictions to the south.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, roll call please, Laura.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
and Counselor Shara.
Yes. Okay, that moves forward with positive recommendation. And I'm gonna, for now, skip over L, M, and N and move to O just to finish out the CPA orders. So that is an order to appropriate $100,000 CPA funds to the Rocky Hill Accessible Trail Project. And this is ordered that whereas the Office of Planning, Sustainability and Conservation Commission submitted a small grant application for construction of a universally accessible trail network at the Pine Grove section of the Rocky Hill Greenway. Whereas the project meets the goals of the Sustainable Northampton Plan, Northampton Community Preservation Plan, and Open Space Recreation and Multi-Use Trail Plan to provide for passive recreation and promote further exploration and contributes to public health by encouraging walking and hiking. Whereas on November 17, 2021, the Northampton Community Preservation Committee voted unanimously to recommend that $100,000 Community Preservation Act funds be used to support this project. Now, therefore, be it ordered that $100,000 be appropriated from Community Preservation Act funding to the Rocky Hill Accessible Trail Project, and that the grantee meets the conditions approved by the Community Preservation Committee, the Mayor, and City Council. Specifically, $100,000 is appropriated from the CPA budgeted reserve account.
I'd like to make a motion for a positive recommendation to full city council.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Labarge, seconded by Councilor Quinlan. Sarah.
All right, so CPA funds will be used here to create an accessible soft surface loop trail at the Pine Grove section of the Rocky Hill Greenway. As council heard during public comment, there are many accessible paved resources available throughout the city surrounding the multi-use trail network, but unpaved accessible trails and open spaces have proved a lot more of a challenge to develop due to the topography of many of the city's greenways. We have a lot of rivers, we have a lot of steep slopes, and it's been tough to develop these, but the Pine Grove section of the Rocky Hill Greenway presented a unique opportunity for an unpaved loop. It's relatively flat, it's clear, and it's a location that's becoming increasingly more popular for hiking and bird watching.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes, Sarah, I talked with Wayne on Tuesday on the situation on the side of West Stanton Road, which was this landlocked property. Okay, it's involving two properties here with that landlock. And one of them is the Omastas also, and then further up in the hill, another resident. So I'm supporting this 100% so that the city can go ahead and purchase and open it up, you know, because you're looking at conservation land here. So we need to go ahead and get this landlocked situation settled.
Thank you. Any other, Councilor Nash?
We're speaking to the Rocky Hill project, correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, we
so
are.
I just, I again acknowledge how quickly the city's moved on this. I was in a bike and ped meeting last spring, I think it was, and Meg was at that meeting identifying the need for this, and that you know, OPS, you know, Office of Planning and Sustainability responded pretty quickly. And here we are on, you know, on the path to creating this trail. It may have already been in process in terms of plans for the acquisition, but that it's fascinating to see how quickly things have come together on so many fronts over the last year, and this being another one. So again, nice work to Sarah and Wayne and folks at the planning department.
Thank you. Councilor Foster.
I just want to acknowledge Meg's advocacy and bringing this up, and similar gratitude to the Planning Office of Planning and Sustainability for moving this forward. You know, there are, as mentioned in the original description, some amazing universally accessible trails around. And I know sometimes when I talk to people, they have a hard time kind of picturing what we're talking about. But if you go the Fort River Trail in Hadley, the town of Sunderland has a beautiful one along the Connecticut River. Mount Tom has one that goes about halfway around Lake Bray. There's some beautiful accessible trails. They tend to be packed gravel. This proposal is for a different surface that Planning and Sustainability is looking forward to piloting. But it really is just an important opportunity for access for all residents of Northampton. And I'm really excited about this project.
Thank you. Councilor Maori.
Yeah, I got this really eloquent letter from a constituent, someone who's actually just moved into town. And, she pointed out that this is an investment for everyone. Everyone can use this, able-bodied folks, anyone can use this format. And actually, what I thought was interesting about her letter was, she used to be able to walk and her walking's declined, and now she's on an off-road wheelchair, and she really wants to experience not being on a paved surface. Like, even in a wheelchair, she wants that experience of being precisely on, unpaved but accessible roads. And I hope this will be a pilot, this will be a model, and we can, we can replicate it in other parts of the city. It's very exciting.
Agreed. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Roll call, please, Laura, on a positive recommendation.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, that moves forward with a positive recommendation, and let's wait.
Council President, could we
Yes.
have a 5-minute recess?
Yes, can I ask a quick question first?
Sure.
Sarah, do you have anything else on the agenda other than these CPA?
The last one that I have is the order of taking.
Okay.
Is a what?
The order of taking. Okay. Can we do a 5-minute break, and then hopefully we'll do that one with Sarah, and then I'll ask you all if we can let her go for the evening. Does that sound okay?
Yes.
Okay, so 5 minutes, we'll come back, around 9:23, let's say. Sound good? Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we are back and we were up to 21.372, an order authorizing acquisition of a parcel of land on the northerly side of West Hampton Road. This is upon the recommendation of Mayor David J. Narcoitz, Office of Planning and Sustainability, and the Conservation Commission. Whereas the parcel subject to this order is located on the northerly side of West Hampton Road and is shown on a plan of land shown as, quote, no assessor's ID and F heirs of Lumen E. Bartlett area equals 3.110 AC plus or minus, and quote, on a plan entitled, quote, plan of land in Northampton, MA Mineral Hills Greenway, Hampshire Registry, prepared for the city of Northampton, and quote, dated January 13th, 2020, recorded in the Hampshire Registry of Deeds and Plan Book 249, page 82, the parcel. And whereas the parcel is a landlocked parcel that's contiguous on both its east side and its west side with conservation and recreation land owned by the city and known as the Mineral Hills Greenway, whereas the property is owned by all of the heirs of Lumen E. Bartlett, who died in 1925, and no heir is currently managing the property, paying taxes, or otherwise claiming the property. And whereas this parcel is an in-holding abutting conservation land on two sides and blocking the ability for conservation and public management between two disconnected units of the Mineral Hills Greenway. Now, therefore, be it ordered that the city council hereby authorizes the acquisition of purchase, gift, eminent domain, or otherwise of the parcel believed to be owned by the heirs of Lumen E. Bartlett. And all that information that I just read before to be held in the care and custody of the Northampton Conservation Commission for the purposes of conservation, recreation, open space, subject to the provisions of Article 97 of the Massachusetts Constitution. As damages for the taking, the city council hereby awards $2,500. Motion?
A positive recommendation to the full city council.
Second it.
Motion is made by Councilor Quinlan, seconded by Councilor Labarge. All right, Sarah?
So sometimes when we acquire property and we complete all of the necessary surveys, we find out information about parcels of land that we didn't have before. We knew this was sort of an owner unknown parcel, didn't have a whole lot of information about it, but through the survey, we were able to discover the heirs from 1925. And it seemed to make sense since it's not owned by anyone, it's not being managed. And it is really an in-holding at this point to acquire it, to allow us to move forward with access and management.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Councilor Thorpe?
Thank you, Sarah. Sarah, just a quick question. Was there any outreach done to try to locate any of the heirs?
In this instance, no, because we really just don't have that information. So what we do in a case like that is assign an amount for damages, in this case $2,500, put it in an escrow account where it sits in case anyone ever does come forward. It's never happened, and we don't anticipate that it would happen in this case. But that's what that $2,500 is allocated to.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, roll call please, Laura.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
and Councillor Labarge.
Okay, that moves forward with positive recommendation. So since that was Sarah's last item, I just want to take the temperature of the council. Do we feel comfortable that Sarah could leave? And then she's not needed when it goes back to the full council? Yes, Councillor Quinlan.
Just before Sarah goes, I'm fine with that. I just wanted to ask if there was anything that was so pressing that there should be a considered for a second reading tonight.
No, and not any of the CPA orders or the two acquisitions. These can wait until the second reading in December.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sensing that you can go home, Sarah. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, so that was L. Let's do MN and then we'll go back up to F. M is an order to appropriate free cash and enterprise fund retained earnings to various capital projects. And this is upon the recommendation of the mayor, ordered that $100,000 be appropriated from FY22 solid waste enterprise retained earnings to the landfill closure account to fund ongoing expenses, which include the gas flare and piping system, erosion control measures, and regulatory compliance considerations. $175,000 be appropriated from FY22 stormwater enterprise retained earnings to the drain replacement account in order to fund ongoing efforts related to controlling roadway flooding. $965,000 be appropriated from FY22 water enterprise retained earnings to the water line replacement account to fund DEP mandated repairs to the clear well at the water treatment plant. $815,000 be appropriated from FY22 sewer enterprise retained earnings to the wastewater treatment plant improvements account to fund the design for phase 2 of the wastewater treatment plant upgrades. $70,000 be appropriated from FY22 general fund undesignated fund balance. Free cash to the highway gasoline diesel account to cover the increased cost of fuel. There a motion?
Move a positive recommendation to the full city council.
Second it.
Motion made by Councilor Quinlan, seconded by Councilor Labarge. I see Mayor Narcoitz is here. I also see Director LaScalli is here. Who would like to speak about this?
I'll defer to Director LaScalli, only just to preface it by this is something we frequently do each fiscal year, particularly when the when the enterprise funds their version of what free cash is, which is the their retained earning funds get certified. We often will see transfers to move them into out of that fund into some ongoing active projects, but I'll let the director speak to these specific things.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, councilors. So I can just run through each one of these items and say a few words about each one by way of explanation. So the capped landfill has ongoing maintenance needs, which are written in the order. So this just allows us to engage in timely contract execution if we have any issues at the landfill. Moving on to the stormwater enterprise, most often our drain repairs are done in conjunction with roadway projects, but we do often have discrete projects, many of which actually have to be done on an emergency basis. Recent example is up on Route 66 by the jail. We actually had a section of Route 66 being undermined by a failing drain pipe. So that was something we had to jump on immediately. Those are the sorts of things we do chase around the city, really on a year-round basis. Moving to water, the Clearwell is a 4 million gallon storage tank at the water treatment plant. So the water is treated in the plant and then it flows to this tank prior to flowing through the transmission mains for distribution to the entire city system. So we actually have the tank internally inspected by divers every 3 years. And then DEP comes through the city and inspects our entire system every 5 years. It's called the sanitary survey. And as part of that sanitary survey, they review all of our inspection records. And what we have found is, the plant is now sort of moving on to 20 years old, and we have hairline cracks on the tops and sides of the Clearwell structure. It's a concrete encased structure. So this is a perfectly normal occurrence that happens after something's been in service for 2 decades. So this is just sort of required maintenance that we need to do to address these cracks before they become more significant. So the entire structure needs to be power washed with a sealant applied to the tops and sides of it. And that is something that DEP is requiring that we do. Next is the SOAR enterprise. So we are proceeding with phase 1 of the upgrades to the wastewater treatment plant, and that's an $11 million project. So what we would like to do is fund the design for phase 2, which we anticipate to be about an $18 million project. That's going to address sludge and dewatering processes, clarifier mechanisms, as well as the installation of control and monitoring equipment so we can actually watch our equipment remotely. We do that on the water side right now. We have no capability to do it on the wastewater side. So what we would like to do is, while we are still in process with building phase 1, we want to design phase 2 so that we are ready to build it as soon as the design is complete, so we can sort of keep our foot on the accelerator at the wastewater plant. And finally, in the gas and diesel line, when we built the budget last spring, gas prices were much lower than they are now. Diesel prices were much lower than they are now. We're seeing about $1 a gallon differential between let's say April and May and now. So just by way of example, we were paying $1.82 a gallon for gas in April. And we most recently are paying $2.77 a gallon. We buy off the Massachusetts state contract. Many municipalities buy off of this. And it's just sort of what the market's doing right now. So this money will supplement the budget. Happy to take questions if there are any.
Thank you. Any questions for Director LaScalia? I'm not seeing any. Okay. Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura, on a positive recommendation.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
and Councillor Quinlan.
Yes.
Okay, that moves forward with positive recommendation. Thank you, Director. And we are at 21.374, which just flipped off my screen. Hold on a sec. 21.374 in order to accept $21.7 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds. This is upon the recommendation of Mayor Narcoitz and Mayor-elect Shara. Whereas on March 11, 2021, President Biden signed the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, which will provide $350 billion in emergency funding to state, local, territorial, and tribal governments around the country to respond to and recover from the COVID-19 crisis. Whereas municipalities and functional counties in the Commonwealth will receive a total of $3.4 billion of federal aid, whereas the city of Northampton will receive $21,747,984 of these relief funds over the course of the next 2 years. Whereas the funds must be committed by December 31st, 2024 and fully expended by December 31st, 2026. Whereas there are 4 eligible categories authorized by the Act, which include responding to the public health emergency, providing essential worker premium pay, recovering revenue loss, and investments in water, sewer, and broadband. Whereas the American Rescue Plan will provide a substantial infusion of resources, allowing the city the opportunity to address the impacts of the pandemic. Now, therefore, be it ordered that the City Council accepts the Federal American Rescue Plan, ARPA funds, to the City of Northampton in the amount of $21,747,984 and $100. 84, sorry, it's written out, it's hard to read. $984. Said funds will be expended in accordance with the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, CSLRF, authorized purposes, including recovering municipal revenue loss, and are accepted in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A.
Yep, I'd like to make a full recommendation to City Council.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Labarge, seconded by Councilor Thorpe. So this was the order that Mayor Narcoitz was talking about when he made that presentation. Is there any questions? Councilor Jarrett.
Just to clarify, we're accepting the money, but then there will be future orders where we approve how it is spent.
So this is what we're trying to sort out. This is an order that the auditor has asked us to do to basically accept the funds.
Yeah,
are you hearing an echo?
Yes, terrible.
That's the delay in Councilor Jarrett's hearing. Is his speaker is feeding back to you. That's what's happening.
Oh,
weird.
Okay.
That's it.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so this is essentially, we're just accepting the grant. And I'm not really sure what the mechanics of how moving forward those grant awards will be made. But we were advised that we should accept the grant funds and just so they have some kind of a paper trail that the city actually accepted it. Not that I don't think anyone in America is going to turn down the grant. So that's what we know at this point. And there's actually been a lot of discussion with the Department of Revenue and on how the process would work from there. Because again, it's not like these are municipal revenues or things like that. I mean, they're probably more like CDBG funds, but so that's all I can tell you at this point in this phase of the process. But so, yeah, that's what this vote is really kind of a boot. What do we call it? Belt and suspenders from our outside accountant, that they want to have some kind of a paper trail to be able to say that, yes, the city did accept this money, that it didn't just land from nowhere and we have no record of it arriving. So in terms of the process going forward, that'll be, to be determined.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, roll call please, Laura.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
and Counselor Shara.
Yes. Okay, so that was N, and so now I'm going to scoot back up to F, which is 21.363, in order authorizing expenditures from accessible parking fines. And this is upon the recommendation of Mayor David J. Narcoitz. Whereas the City Council has accepted the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 8J, creating the Disability Commission, and the city allocates all funds received from fines assessed for violations of accessible parking to the Disability Commission in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 22G. Whereas the Disabilities Commission recommends expending those funds for sign language and lip reading interpretive services and other communication services to make public meetings and public records accessible for people with disabilities, and to implement the ADA self-assessment and transition plan. Order that the City Council authorizes those requested expenditures to be managed by the Office of Planning and Sustainability under the direction of the Disabilities Commission.
I would move a positive recommendation to the full city council, please.
Second.
Motion's made by Councillor Quinlan, seconded by Councillor Labarge. I see that Keith Benoit has joined us. Good evening, Keith. Would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, thank you for taking this up and for taking the request for a second reading. This is kind of following the recommendations of the ADA transition plan. Part of that is just to make city government, city services accessible to everyone, whether it's a physical disability or hearing impairment or a visual impairment. And I have, as ADA coordinator, I have not received any requests, but we do have a member of the Disability Commission who has asked for a translation service. Sometimes the transcripts are not good enough, but it's the reading of lips that is needed for this individual. So this funding will identify if anyone asks in the future in any city meeting for translation services. So I think it's a win, and we'll be at least we'll be using it to next meeting if it goes through. So
okay.
To hire a translator.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Jarrett, then Councillor Quinlan.
This seems like a really great purpose. I was wondering what the amount of the funds are, or is this just going to be on an ongoing basis as we receive them?
Yeah, my understanding is it'll accrue, but I think Charlene can probably speak more to the mechanics of how that works. But the idea is that we would not need to, I believe, to come here every year to get these funds, that these would be available for these services.
And is there an estimate over the period, on how much historically have we received?
I can't speak to that.
Mayor Narcoitz, do you know? I see the finance director.
Charlene may be able to give you the number, but the key piece here is that in the actual act that we accepted a few years ago, basically the act says that when you vote to set up this, the violation process, that it basically specifies that these funds are made available to the Disability Commission to spend. It's sort of, they're directly cited in the Mass General Law. So it basically takes these funds and puts them for reserve for the Disability Commission, that for its use. And in the past, they've used it for they did some menus and some project regarding menus and restaurants. They've done some benches, accessible benches. They actually help do some of the funding for the City Hall campus improvements that we match with grants. And for whatever reason, Wayne had been reviewing whether or not there was a proper order. And I think he was initially looking to see whether there was a revolving fund for this that had been set up when he tried to access it, like all the other revolving funds we have, and there wasn't. And it turns out that the state law, this is exempt from the whole revolving fund, but I guess there was a concern that we needed to take this vote just to sort of acknowledge and set up this process that did designate the Disability Commission. So I think that's what's happening here. But it's not like a traditional gift fund where, or a revolving fund for that matter, because the law basically says that when you accept this, that you accept that you're going to basically earmark funds collected for violations for accessible parking tickets to go into this fund for use by the Disability Commission. That's my best explanation.
Great, thanks for that.
In terms of the dollar amounts, Finance Director Nardi could maybe tell you what that is in terms of as a revenue. I don't know how much we do collect from into that fund, but she may know.
Sorry, I don't know, and I'm trying to get in to look, but I will get back to you on that number. I don't have it right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Labarge?
Yes. Mayor, if I can recall, which I had talked with Keith Benoit about it. And in regards to, which I did show Councilor Nash and Gina Louie and our council president about a week and a half ago of a problem with the language that was on the previous way that the funding was being handled to, which was the ADA coordinator at the senior center at that time, way back. There's a little history here, Mayor, and I know for a fact you'll verify that, which I did tell Keith about that, was when we heard so much from the commission of not having any money. We hardly had very, very much money to do the things that we wanted to do. So at that time, from Ward 7, Councilor Eugene Tacey was invited to come to the commission to hear about the problems they were having of trying to get funds. We made an appointment with our mayor, Mayor Narkowitz, sat down with him about the problems, Mayor, if you can recall, of not having any funding. And the mayor highly suggested a way, and we worked with the finance director at that time to help us, if you recall that, Mayor, in regards of what we were going to set up. And there were things involved, and Keith, you have that copy, which was for the library for the deaf. There was plenty of things set up the way it was for that funding to take place on handicap parking. And it was amazing how much money at that point we had $500 to play with. How many, after so many years, we went 15,000, 20,000. And I think right now we have like what, Keith, 30 something thousand in there. So is that right, Keith? I think you're muted.
Oh, sorry, Keith. Yeah.
I think we're up to what, 32,000 or something?
I believe that is the amount, yes.
Yeah.
It's about 36,000.
It's 36. Thank you, Charlene. So it's amazing that how we can use this money now. We have people who are very hard of hearing, and to take that money and have an interpreter come. And I think that meeting else, that money should also be used for other city meetings, like city council. If somebody is asking for an interpreter, then I think that they should be given that opportunity, or the planning board or whatever, with a proper notice so that we can get an interpreter, because that's not easy to get. So I'm very happy about the change in this language because it had to be done. So as far as I understand, Charlene, now the language, talking with Wayne Biden, he would be in control along with the ADA and the Commission on Disabilities, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that history, Counselor. And I do remember that. And I do remember you and Counselor Tacey eventually co-sponsoring it. It did actually require us to we had to actually change our disability commission, because we used to have something that we called, I think, the Committee on Disabilities. It was sort of our own version of it. And in accepting the act, we then had to actually create a disability commission with the membership structured under state law. So I knew it caused a little bit of a shakeup there but it was, you couldn't just pick and choose what part of the act you wanted. So once you accepted the act, you then had to bring your disability commission in line. So we did a whole revision of that. So I guess I just want to assure counselors that this is money that could not be used for any other purpose. So, and it's basically the law designates the disability commission to be the arbiters of how this funding, and again, that's their role in the community, is to work with the ADA coordinator to identify ADA needs in the city. So it kind of ties together that way. So so that's really, we're trying to make sure that we have the proper order in place, because we couldn't find one related to this. So I think this is, again, another thing we're just trying to be mindful of, so that Keith can start to access interpretive services with those funds.
And with your help, Mayor, we were able to go ahead and have Dan Chuzo at that time help us, because we did have a couple of residents who were totally blind. So we were able to go out and do Braille menus. We had some restaurants in Northampton who agreed to support that. And that was opening the doors for people who were going to Applebee's and Hadley and that. They were so happy that the mayor helped us along to make it happen. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor.
Okay, any other questions or comments on this? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, that moves forward with a positive recommendation, and stop me if I'm wrong, but do we get them all? All right, thumbs up.
Move to adjourn finance.
Second.
Which is made by Counselor Quinlan, seconded by Counselor Thorpe. Roll call, please, Laura, on adjourning finance.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
and Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Okay, we are adjourned out of finance, and we are back in the full council. Let's see if we can do these financial orders and get them done. Laura has noted that A through J are CPA ones. Is that what you're going to say, Counselor Nash? Counselor Jarrett? Counselor Jarrett, were you going to say something?
I would move that we move these as a group, with the exception of item H, which I believe Counselor Foster is recused from, and any others that anyone would like to take out. I would be happy to modify my motion, but this would be for A through O minus H.
A through O minus H as a group. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's made by Counselor Jarrett, seconded by Counselor Quinlan. To move those as a group, A through O minus H. Any discussion on this group?
Just to note, we will have to take up L again because 2 readings are requested. but this is for the first reading.
Right.
A through O minus H plus L. Got it.
Chemistry.
If there's no further discussion, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Yes.
Move to suspend rules for item L, please.
Second.
Motion's made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Thorpe to suspend rules. Any discussion on suspension of rules? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
and Counselor Dwight.
Yes. Move second reading of item L, please.
Second.
Motion's made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Maori. Any discussion on second reading on L? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
and Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in two readings, which brings us to H 21.337, order to appropriate $70,000 in CPA funds to OPS for Connecticut River Greenway Water Access Project. Counselor Foster.
Very briefly, I need to recuse myself from this discussion as the executive director of All Out Adventures. We have a financial interest in the Connecticut River Greenway Park.
Move approval, please.
Second.
Motion's made by Counselor Dwight, seconded, I think, by Counselor Labarge. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
and Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in first reading. And we made quick work of those financial orders. So that brings us to 14, which actually means it's going to bring us back up to whatever number is presentations 9. So this brings us to the City Council Rules Select Committee final report. We have the members of the select committee, both we have the council members, and I see at least one of the resident members here. Take it away, Chair of the Select Committee.
Well, good evening, everyone. I think this long meeting might actually speak to some of our recommendations nicely. So I just, the select, I'm just going to do some broad strokes since we have the only resident member who couldn't be here was Ezekiel Baskin, but we do have our vice chair. So I'll let the committee also chime in. But the broad strokes are that the select committee is basically Councilor Dwight's parting gift to us all. Thank you for that. It's important kind of response to changes that happened rapidly during the pandemic and in our last term. And I've actually been thrilled to chair this committee. A hearty thank you to my fellow committee members. They've had thoughtful insights. Everyone's brought something, Vice Chair Simon has, oodles of experience and perspective. Ezekiel brought lots of great perspective as someone who kind of participates from the outside of these meetings. And also Laura, of course, always there with us. So it's been a pleasure and an honor to work with each one of you. And I also appreciate the input that counselors who visit us gave. It was very impactful. And also thanks to the counselor-elects out there who are joining us tonight. So, you know, we had about 10 meetings, 20 hours of discussion. And what we were really looking at and what we were kind of drawn to is how to, since there's uncertainty about what the new normal is going to look like. How do we plan in uncertain times, and how do we make more concise meetings that are accessible? So we were very proud of the tradition that Northampton has of allowing public comment, even though it's not required. But we also want to balance that with the idea that, council meetings are really a business meeting. And we need to get through our business. And if we don't in a kind of expedient way, we're actually hurting equity in another way. I'm sure other councilors have heard complaints from residents who had been late and they weren't able to, to follow that. So those were kinds of we dealt with a lot of different issues, and there's some we can get to, but those were the broad ones we were looking at. So kind of in service to efficient and accessible meetings, but because of the ease and inclusivity that remote meetings kind of brought, we had this unprecedented participation in our meetings over the last term. So we want to retain the remote option, and we might have to, and we don't really know where that's going, but we want to set some reasonable limits. So then we resisted recommending any rule changes that may result in council having to regularly suspend the rules. It's kind of a sign that the rule isn't working as it's intended. So that's why, for example, we didn't recommend setting an end date for meetings. We thought that would be one that would have to be suspended often. And we recommended a public comment of 90 minutes instead of an hour, because it gets tricky if we have to suspend the rules around comment. That can be tricky. Let me just see where I am. So yes, and so we also wanted to make sure that counselors, as permitted by state law, could also, which goes to at least April at this point, could also participate remotely as well. So we recommend changing the limitation on that and adding, family and childcare, family care and childcare to reasons why counselors can also participate remotely. We talked in depth about the current practice of the finance committee, as we just witnessed, being housed within the full council meeting, and how beyond that it lengthens meetings. It does not provide the public with the optimum level of participation that's found in other subcommittees. So we looked at also the order of agenda items and have some recommendations on changes to try to make it a little bit more of a concise agenda. And you saw our recommendations if you looked at elimination of 2 votes, not 2 readings necessarily, but 2 votes on each reading. And we recommend ceasing the custom of reading documents into the records now that we're also plugged in and we have hot links in agendas. We don't think it's necessary, and it's not actually a rule. And we found that a lot, that there was times we thought things were rules, and they're really just kind of the ways we were going through customs and the norms. And so because our norms and our customs have a significant impact on our work, we also did look at those. And I'm especially grateful to Member Baskin and Councilor Foster for really unpacking those in more detail. And Councilor Foster can speak more to the section on norms and norms and non-rule kind of recommendations. We can share with you any of our reasoning around these recommendations. They all got real, we spoke at length about each thing we're recommending. So I'd love to hear questions and comments from counselors and counselor-elects. Right, and I think that's the best way to go about it. Since you all have the report, why don't we just see where people's interest lies late? And I'm not going to go over the entire report with you, but we can just make some highlights for you.
Counselor, first of all, thank you. Thank you to the committee. This was a lot of work. And I think of this, yes, as Counselor Dwight's gift, but all of our gift to the incoming council. So I'm appreciative of all the work that went into this. Counselor Nash.
Thank you, Council President. Yes, Councilor Maori, and to all of the committee members, thank you for all of your hard work on this. I attended a number of the meetings, and the discussion was lively and thought-provoking, and I think you've come up with some worthy recommendations here. So just a quick question: if we accept the order tonight, that we vote on this tonight, is this an effect for the next council meeting?
It is indeed.
Okay, so the one thing that I'm still in a quandary about has to do with the Finance Committee and how we're going to proceed. It could be that our next council meeting may not feature a lot of financial orders. We may have just completed what we needed to get done for that committee for the year, which would actually be really helpful. But that as we saw tonight, we all, as a council, we met, and we're all in here and we're asking the questions relative to these financial orders. And I think it's really important that all the counselors have that kind of access to all of the different administrators that we had tonight, so we could really understand all of the various items. And then as Councilor Jarrett, we had that wonderful motion where we've done all of the work because we were all in finance together, and we were able to move forward really quickly. And that, and at the same time, I want to fully acknowledge that right now we don't have room for public comment, and that's a big loss around all of these many of these items tonight. In fact, people who spoke in public comment were speaking to stuff that was on finance. So I'm not sure. I agree with the recommendation of the concept of meeting differently, but I also I just want to acknowledge the possible loss in efficiency, and also the possible disconnect possibly for counselors who aren't on finance. So I don't know, you guys probably talked about that, and that there's 4 members on finance, and if they're meeting separately, I mean, in fact, I know it was part of the discussion, how do other counselors engage in other committee meetings? And that I think that was kind of resolved with some of the findings. But as far as how, it sounds like then if finance is meeting independently outside of council, those 4 counselors are the ones who are engaged, and the other 5 are not part of that discussion. So does that mean we reinvent it we revisit it in the council meeting? I don't know. I see Councilor Dwight raising his hand. Oh, and good, you guys, I'm going to stop talking about this because I could go around in circles on this, and I hope my colleagues have some answers. Thanks.
You make an excellent point, Councilor Nash, about how to function in the next meeting that I hadn't thought of if we accept the rules tonight. So that's a really good point, and we might want to consider postponing that vote until our next meeting on that order. I do think it's important that we vote on them, one, because the resolution that we all passed says that we would have this deliberation as this body and vote on these rules. And I also think it's that would be a very hard thing to hand over the new council in their organizational meeting 2 sets of rules to then have them deliberate in that meeting, which is usually not heavy on deliberation, to figure out their own rules.
Right.
So, and it should always be noted that the council can change their rules at any time.
Right.
So thank you, Councilor Nash. I had not thought about that. I also have questions about the finance committee changes. So I don't know if you want me to kind of piggyback on that, or whether you and Counselor Dwight, I saw your hands, want to respond.
Just a point of clarification though, for the counselor elects, could I interrupt for that? If that's okay, President.
Yeah, sure.
If they want to answer, if they want to ask questions, can they be recognized to do so?
Yeah,
Or-
but Counselor Dwight, were you going to? Yeah.
Actually, that was what I was going to do was move to recognize the counselors elect to allow them to participate in the conversation and also to share their questions and concerns. And then also I have some comments on the finance thing, but I'll get out of the way of that for right now. So I move to recognize the counselors elect.
Second.
A motion's made by Counselor Dwight, I think seconded by Counselor Thorpe. Any discussion on recognizing the counselors elect? Roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
and Counselor Labarge.
Counselor Labarge. What's going on? Counselor Labarge. There you
Yes, yes, yes.
go. Okay. The counselors elect, feel free to pop your cameras on if you'd like, and you can wave your hand, which is what we do at the council, or you can also just raise your Zoom hand. It's whatever your preference is if you have any questions. Okay, Counselor Foster.
Oh, I'm jumping the line. I think both Counselor Maori and Counselor Dwight wanted to respond to Counselor Nash's questions, and I couldn't help myself. So
I personally recognize, as I've taken calling it Counselor Foster's epiphany, and I would be glad if she would share that with you.
okay, I'll see if I can recreate the epiphany, which I do have to note happened right after my son, for some reason, he was in the bathtub in the next room during this meeting, and like there was blue water. I don't remember why, but I had just reassured him like something was coming off and he was fine. And then I came back in to think about finance. So I always associate it with blue bathtub water, but the finance committee is why we're here, why we're talking. And Counselor Nash, I wrestled with this question quite a bit, because as a council member who's not on the finance committee, I find tremendous value in the work of the finance committee and in being part of these discussions. Just as tonight during this meeting, I jumped in during finance committee to discuss financial orders, ask questions, give opinions. So the intent with the change was that financial orders would be introduced actually to the full council as they are now. But then the council would either refer an order to the consent agenda at the next meeting, or would refer something to finance committee for further deliberation. So if a financial order is introduced, we would have the same access to department heads, to the mayor, to Director Nardi, to introduce these to the full council. And then, many financial orders we acknowledge are relatively routine once we've had our questions answered, and those would go to the next meeting's consent agenda. But things that needed a deeper dive would then have the option of being referred to a finance committee. So it's not an expectation that finance committee would be meeting separately all of the time. But if there are orders that need further consideration, opportunity for public input, then there's a mechanism for having that. Does that make sense?
Well, if I may, so in terms of tonight, there were a bunch of people who were interested in the items that were part of the finance agenda, and that so how would they engage? So those items were introduced to council tonight, and so if people wanted to speak to those items, they would then be referred to an independent finance committee meeting.
That would be sort of the purview of the council. Thinking about I'm thinking about like orders that I'm thinking would have likely been referred to an independent council committee on finance might be the a couple months ago, there was the financial order for the renovations to the Academy Music restrooms, which just needed a little bit, there were additional questions, something like that. Tonight's orders could well have been introduced tonight, and then the council could have referred them to finance committee to offer that finance committee deeper dive in, and then they would still come back to council by the next meeting. So that's something that the full council would decide if an order had been vetted to the point that it would go on the consent agenda, or if it was something that was going to need further discussion and opportunity for input.
So on when it's first introduced, there won't be a motion to put it on the floor, so there won't be deliberation, right? So how would the questions get answered enough to then be able to put it on the consent agenda? Councillor Dwight?
Well, if you recall, actually, and this speaks to the issue of the question of staff and availability and access to the staff would make the presentation of the order the same as what the mayor does now or staff. Questions that are generated would actually, if the council feels that there are questions that require a deeper analysis, it would be appropriate to send that on to the Committee of Finance. If there's essentially no questions, or if the explanation or the introduction by the staff member makes sense and everyone's more or less agreed, then it will be included in the next council's agenda under the consent agenda. Access to staff and the discussion of staff, let's not forget, once it goes to committee, councilors have access to that same committee just as any member of the public as well. And then it comes back to the council floor. Well, the council, again, has access to the staff and the further and more expansive discussion. And you'll find that further on in this thing, as we mentioned, we're eliminating this 2 readings and calling them 2 votes. There's only going to be 1 vote on an item, unless, of course, there's a minority reconsideration or majority reconsideration or tabling or whatever. That the number of mechanisms to actually delay the vote for the review. But what the whole purpose of this is to expedite, but at the same time, as the chair had said, was to improve public access to these conversations. Right now, as Councilor Nash has acknowledged, financial items are the first time the public actually gets to see them is when the agendas are posted. And then, barring that, it is discussed, it is introduced, discussed, vetted in committee, and then voted on without any access to the public. The public has no opportunity, has very rare opportunity for input. And the fact that this is arguably the most important thing we do. I mean, it's fiduciary oversight, but also you add, and of course, creating law, but that dimension of our duties is right now kind of not intentionally, but it's obtuse and obtrusive. So this was the mechanism by which it made the most sense. And it actually relies on the system that we do for everything else. Everything else is introduced to the council, and then we move to refer it to various committees. Now, I would say the Committee on Community Resources has had conducted meetings on any number of things, which allows access by the other councilors, and then they make their recommendation. It goes through legislative matters, it makes their recommendation. The same should be applied and available to financial orders. The one constraint with financial orders, of course, is sometimes there are various clocks that are triggered by introduction of certain items, which makes it more complicated, which thereby might require a special meeting of the Finance Committee, might require the council deciding that maybe it doesn't meet the threshold of referral. But that's up to the future council to suss out as it's presented. But as Councilor Foster said, if you'll notice, a lot of these things are perfunctory in many ways. particularly in the CPA conversations, if it's first read, the first reading where it's introduced tonight, and then what we would do, if under the new rules, is refer it to the Committee of Finance, which would be next Wednesday, supposedly. That's entirely also up to everybody else, where the public can have access and speak exclusively to those items, not have to sit and wait through all the other stuff that we have to do. They can devote the time to have a more expansive conversation and understanding, also having access to staff presentations. Then the Finance Committee makes a recommendation for our following meeting where we have just one vote. There doesn't have to be two votes. There's going to be a suspension of rules. We just have one vote based on those recommendations and the more amplified and expanded conversation on the council floor, which again, will have access to staff in most cases. So it's not a huge change. It is significant insofar as that it does exactly what we had hoped to do with financial orders. At least that's my perspective, and I hope that everyone feels comfortable with it eventually.
So I'm perfectly clear on the concept and don't disagree with it, and actually think I understand why we're coming up with this. I think it's important and a good idea. It's still the mechanics that I'm working on.
Exactly.
Because I mean, this is going to be a motion to refer, right?
Yes.
And so would the expectation be, so you'd make a motion to refer, and then you'd have, say, Sarah LaValle present it, and then it would be decided where it was being referred?
Well, to be honest, I don't think there are any rules that preclude Sarah LaValle making the presentation before it's actually referred, before the motion's made. If, as the item comes up, you say, here's the CPA recommendation, Sarah LaValle here is to makes a presentation giving a brief description of each item, and then we decide whether we want to refer it or if we want to send it to the consent agenda.
But how do you make that decision without deliberating on an item that's not on the floor for deliberation?
The point you would be deliberating on is whether it reaches a point where that conversation needs to be had. You're not deliberating the item. You're deliberating whether there needs to be further study by the council or by the public, or further access to the conversation. That would be the debate point. It's not deliberating the issue in and of itself.
And would only the members of the Finance Committee be making that decision? Because they would be the ones deliberating it, no?
It would be the council, because they're making the referral order.
Okay. So essentially any counselor would raise their hand and say, I would like to refer this for further.
Exactly.
But you would not discuss why you wanted to refer it. You would just indicate that you wanted to do more.
Well, we have debated referrals in the past, if you recall. So that's not unprecedented, but you have to be careful. It's up to the council president to make sure they don't stray off and start debating the item. We do debate referrals, whether we think it's appropriate or not, and that's reasonable. That's okay. That's allowed. It will take some getting used to, but to be honest, the system we have now takes getting used to, and it really doesn't make any sense. So, just saying.
And so there'll be 2 standing Finance Committee meetings that will be between the council meetings.
I understand there would be one, but with the potential for more if needed, based on a special. But there would be a Finance Committee meeting that would have to occur before the next council meeting, or just in the same way that the same structure as legislative matters, hopefully. So when orders are referred. And I think the sticky point there, as I said, is if there's a clock associated with it. But we deal with the same thing in legislative matters on zoning orders that do have clocks ticking. And sometimes they need to be expedited. And sometimes we have to have joint hearings. We have to have special meetings in order to accommodate those situations. But by and large, it's not the case. But we do have the flexibility. We have the means to do it. There's nothing that it precludes us from that.
Okay, Counselor Nash.
So I think I'm getting the hang of this. So the idea is, we have our financial orders, like A through O tonight. Item A, and it's presented to the whole council. It's not presented in the finance committee. But here's the part I'm getting confused about is that I would think that the initial motion should be to approve that item, because then it's on the floor. And then it can be introduced by staff and by the council. And then if it needs to be referred, then that motion gets withdrawn. Is that, I'm trying to figure that. I see a hand.
I know.
It's not necessary. That's not necessary. You don't need to put it on the floor. The only way you need to put it on the floor is simply for discussion and referral, whether it needs to be referred or not. And that is a motion that puts an item on the floor, not to discuss the item, but to discuss whether it meets the threshold for referral. Otherwise, and it depends, and you will be referring either to consent agenda or to the legislative matters. That's all. And the presentation would be, the fact you'll also find in these rules is a more expansive descriptive narrative on each item as it's introduced. That the public will also have a better idea what's being presented. And then we will have an opportunity for the mayor or the finance director or Sarah LaValle or someone from planning and sustainability to give a descriptive narrative, not to discuss the item though. It's not to say, well, I don't understand this. As soon as you say I don't understand this, you're saying you want to refer it to committee. That's my way of thinking. If you're confused and don't understand the item, say, I would like to have this referred to the Committee on Finance. You're not going to debate the item. You're going to debate the referral. And that's important. And we do that all the time. We do that now. It's just we don't debate most referrals except for sometimes where that should go. But we do that now.
Counselor Quinlan.
So a moment ago, Councilor Shara asked if there would need to be 2 meetings of the Finance Committee per month. And it seems to me that you would need to have that scheduled between every council meeting because something could be referred at any meeting. And you'd want to have it discussed before the next meeting. So it's not just a monthly cycle here.
Well, let's be clear, and actually this touches on another recommendation that we're making, is the subcommittees will only convene if there are items referred to them. And that's the same thing with finance. And there are many cases, perhaps, that finance will not have to meet either 1 or 2 weeks, but on an as needed basis. If there are referrals, they will meet the subsequent whatever day they decide on. But so yes, it's possible there will be 2 finance committee meetings in a month, which technically is kind of what we supposedly have now, which is but as you know, you don't convene that second time. But it's available for you. It's slotted in there. The same thing, except this time it's more likely the finance committee will more often than not, particularly when finance orders start really streaming in, be compelled to convene. This also, by the way, I should point out, makes it much easier to conduct budget hearings and other items like that without creating special circumstances. That's why I called it Councilor Foster's epiphany, as we were all struggling with this, but it's actually relatively simple and clear. And most importantly, I think it's more simple and clear to the public at large, at least as financial orders are presented to them now. Because I think we can all agree, it's pretty frustrating if you're a member of the public and the first time you see these things, they're voted on and they're done deals, except for second reading comes up. And that's what Councilor Foster's epiphany was. We still have a second reading anyway. It's the exact same system, except we're just calling it something different. We're not having a first vote. We're just referring it. And so that actually will be a vote, but it's not a vote on the item. if you get my drift.
Counselor Jarrett.
Seems to me the sticking point here is that question that you raised, Counselor Shara, of, there's a legal question of process. Do we have, in order to discuss, to have something to talk about, to be presented and ask questions and clarifications, do we need to put it on the floor? So that's perhaps a question to just clarify with Attorney Seawald, if we're not deciding this tonight. And then there's the question, of how easy would it be for us to stray into deliberation when we're talking about whether to refer, or who, to refer to finance or just to our next consent agenda. And so some clarification about what is the, what are the limits? For example, right now, this is a presentation. Are we deliberating? It seems like we are. And should that rather be in the time where our next item? And so that's some clarification about those points be helpful.
I saw another hand. Councilor Labarge, did I see your hand?
Yes, I had mine up. Thank you, Council President. We had a different system this time with Finance Committee. As long as I've been a city councilor, we had finance separately. And there was good cause for that. Like when we had the school buildings going up for sale at like Pfeiffer right down the line, Florence Grammar School. We had quite a bit of people at that hearing in finance. I liked it when we had it once a month because all the financial orders went to city council and came to finance. And then we had, it's open to the public also. And then we send it with a recommendation to full city council. So I'm a little leery here, but I feel like Jim Nash a little bit. I'm confused about, referring it. I mean, you got it into city council, then you're going to go ahead and refer it out. And then how are you going to debate it? I don't know, but it's like, I'm a little concerned about the way that you want to do it. And I feel uncomfortable right now. And Alex Jarrett came out and it's like, we are talking about this stuff and can we do it or cannot we do this? I don't know. I'm hearing that apparently Alan Seawald had made a statement in regards to when you want to suspend a rule for like after 8 o'clock at night. I'm just giving an example that you need to be careful when you're suspending. So I want to talk to him about that also. So I don't know. I mean, to me with Finance Committee, I would like to see it where we have a meeting once a month or 2 meetings a month, because I think finance is one of the most critical aspects of city councilors. It's the financing. You have your taxpayers, people living here in the city who have concerns and they want to be involved in some of the critical issues here of the money that is coming forth. So either which way, I'm just letting you know what my feelings are. So that's it.
Thanks, Councilor Foster.
Yeah, Councilor Labarge, your thoughts on finance being, so important as a council function is sort of how we move toward coming up with a compromise that might help streamline things, but also allow all the councilors to continue to be involved. As we were meeting and discussing, Councilor Mary, I think it's okay if I speak for you, tell me if this isn't accurate, but we both felt like we really appreciated the Finance Committee meetings being during the council meetings because we were involved. We had that chance to ask department heads questions. We were heavily involved and up to speed on all of the financial orders. And that was something that was important to us to keep. And then in the service of trying to streamline the meetings, you know, it doesn't do much to streamline the meetings to have a whole separate committee meeting within a meeting. And so we were looking for a way to kind of honor both the desire of counselors to have that level of detail on financial orders, you know, to really, for the full council to have a chance to look at them and discuss them and know what they were, but while also having a place for orders that needed a deeper dive. So there was that piece. And then I just wanted to clarify real quick on the suspension of rules. Solicitor Seawald's point about suspending rules was more regarding public comment. That was a question for us and how long public comment should go. And we have to be very careful. In fact, we shouldn't suspend rules to allow public comment to be longer, because then we get into questions of who are we suspending rules for? Why are we suspending the rules? So there can get into some speech issues. So that was the solicitor's point about suspending the rules. It was more of the committee's point of, if we find ourselves in a position where we're regularly suspending rules, then we need to reevaluate the rule.
Right, because one of my residents had called me about that. They had heard about that. And I said, what are you talking about? And I said, well, I'll find out from Alan Seawald about after 8 o'clock and continuously suspending a rule. So thank you for that anyways, that information. But as far as finance committee, like I said, and I will say it again, I think it is very critical. As city councilors, we have a job to do, And I'm looking at that very, very seriously. I remember at your meeting where you voted on 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. And then apparently it was changed to go 90 minutes later on. And I was not involved in that. I had other things going on. So I believe highly in open public hearings. I feel that people should have the rights to speak. There's no question about it. But I thought it was set for 8 o'clock. And now I'm being told, looking at this, that it's 90 minutes. What made that significant change? I just want to know that, because I'm for open public hearings.
Councilor Mayor.
Councilor Rachel, yes, could you speak on that?
I'll speak on that. I just wanted to just follow up on something. This touches upon something we didn't get to delve into that we really wanted to, which is the purpose and structure of our subcommittees. And I highly, and we do recommend continuing, to think about that. And I think we should look into that, because what we're really asking is, like, what is the purpose of the subcommittee? Because with other subcommittees, you kind of rely on your fellow counselors who are on those committees to come back and report back and such. So I think that is so I think that part of the struggle around the finance committee is, what is the purpose of our subcommittee? So we should hold that thought. And so, yes, Councilor Labarge, we initially took a vote recommending, it did pass, it wasn't unanimous, but did pass, that recommended an hour of public comment. And then after some counselors weighed in and Solicitor Seawald weighed in later, we realized that our thinking is that 90 minutes would put us in the position less often of having to suspend the rules, and either, to kind of suspend the rules to change the amount of public comment. Because as soon as we start doing that, Solicitor Seawald has concerns that could look biased depending on the subject matter. So 90 minutes felt like a safer amount to, that would kind of more organic to what we get for public comment, and wouldn't require. And so we were afraid with 1 hour that we would be having to suspend the rules more often. And we also, you might have noticed, want to limit public comment to 2 minutes. And I think we've all noticed with public comment that often folks start repeating themselves in that last minute, and they can really get their points across, in the first 2 minutes. And so those changes together, because we're limiting it to 2 minutes, we can get more people within that time period. That's why, so we took a second vote. We revisited the public comment amount time, and we voted on 90 minutes.
And can I ask you, Councilor Mayor, was there reach out for residents throughout the city on this open public session?
Just our resident committee members were there, and of course we had public comment and meetings, but no, we didn't get much public comment that was outside of other counselors, and you're right.
Okay.
But the
Well,
residents.
I looked at the time. We start at 7 o'clock at night. And we were saying till 8 o'clock, yes, first. Put it together. Here we start our agenda at 7 o'clock, right? And we go through the whole procedure, and I timed it. And it's almost like 10 after 7. So you've lost 10 minutes of that open public session right there. So I don't have a problem going to 8:30, knowing that that is going to be the cutoff.
Right.
Are you going to suspend a rule at 8:30? My main concern is with the people in the city who are there waiting to hear a department head come in and talk about a zoning change or whatever that is very detrimental to them as taxpayers living in this city. That's what I'm worried about. Because of what happened, because like 2:30, 3:30 in the morning, we had residents so upset. And you even yourself, Counselor, we couldn't find you. You were burnt out at 2:30 like the rest of us. And I'm looking at the residents here for respect. We had one of our department heads here starting off like at 10 o'clock at night and didn't get finished. Carolyn Mish to 10 after 1. She looked physically exhausted. That's not fair.
Right.
So I think we need to look at that cutoff time at 8:30 and move on. I like the idea of what was brought up about changing the system of doing the one vote. I think that shortens time. Hopefully it will shorten the time. Thank you.
Counselor Dwight and then Counselor Maori. You're muted, Counselor Dwight.
I am too, I think.
There is no 8:30 or 8 o'clock deadline. It's actually a prescribed amount of minutes. So it's 90 minutes. So it's 90 minutes from the first moment the public comment starts.
Okay.
And with 2 minutes per person, so that you actually are increasing it. The other thing is that the other change that we're recommending is incorporating public comment within the body of the meeting. Right now, it occurs before the meeting. So there's no rules that we could suspend actually as it goes now, because they're not under the auspices of the council rules. It's essentially a forum, but it's not the city council meeting, which and that's just kind of an artifact of one of the norms that Councilor Foster addressed in her letter. So first of all, one of the big concerns here, even during this discussion, was that for a lot of us, we're predicating our assumptions based on 2 exceptional years, a year and a half, let's say, that were exceptional. They were not the norm. We didn't regularly have meetings till 3:30. And by the way, some of those meetings you described that went very late were public hearings. So they're different than city council meetings. They're public hearings where basically there is no time limit left on testimony for discussion about, in this case, it was about financial orders. Those were public hearings. In the city council meetings proper, the public comment period is critical, agreed, but the fact is that what's most critical is that the concern that you're addressing, Councilor Labarge, is the business of the council and conducting that business in a way that, one, where we are in good shape. We're not going till 3:30 in the morning making very important decisions. And as you said, not burdening staff members to that late hour, because we're not doing our job at that point. And so this was the compromise that came up. And I think it's actually good. we don't know if this is, as Councilor Maori referred to it, the new normal, because how much longer are we going to be doing, Zoom meetings? Or what we expect and anticipate, there will at least be a hybrid form. There'll be a participation that's allowed, because one thing we all agreed was that we're very excited that access to council meetings and council discussion participation has been enhanced by this. At the same time, it was, and as I keep referring to, this was the equivalent of drinking from a fire hose. It was not, but it was the exception, not the rule. And so what we should do is make our rules, or not my rules anymore, but your rules that you will make, not based on the extraordinary times that we've experienced, but based on the normal times that we know. And as we've noticed in recent meetings, that we've had no public comment, or very little public comment, that didn't go very long at all. And that actually tended to be more the normal. And so I think, 90 minutes, ultimately, I voted against it, but I think it's a reasonable compromise. It's not a requirement. You're not going to keep the floor open and waiting for people to show up if no one's there to talk. It doesn't mean the meetings are going to start at 8:30 or 9 o'clock. It just means that opportunity is there, but also you will not have the circumstances where essentially we're under current rules, we allow everyone to speak until the last person decides they're done. And that's in that way, it creates an opportunity for all, and allows also at the same time not an onus on the staff to have to endure these very long meetings, nor us for that matter, or the public. Most importantly, I mean, the public sits there. I mean, you heard complaints about the public who waited in public comment to complain about how long the meetings went.
Right.
There's a certain irony built in that, but yeah, and so this was. I mean, this was the first item that we addressed, and arguably one of the more important ones. And I think the committee did an excellent job of threading that needle.
I have another question sort of about logistics or maybe expectations. So I've heard mentioned a few times access to staff, but then we've also been talking a lot about exhaustion of staff, or not making staff stay through extra time or meetings. And one of in the document that talks about sort of the norms and the culture versus actual rules, there's talk about streamlining meetings partly for the sake of city employee time. So I'm trying to understand for finance, would the expectation be that, let's say, we're using Sarah LaValle as the example over and over because she spent so much time with us this evening. Would Sarah LaValle be expected to be there for that first referral discussion? Then if it were to be referred to Finance Committee for further discussion, then Sarah would have to attend that meeting and be prepared to stay for that whole meeting. And then show up again at the council when it's brought to the council floor for that discussion. So it would be 3 meetings that a staff person would be attending.
Yep, would be 3.
Have I stumped you? Councilor Dwight?
I mean, yes, that's possible. That's possible. It's possible now. And that's what I want to point out. It's not any different than what the circumstances are now.
Yes.
Except on Donna, for instance, has to show up in multiple meetings. And in fact, more than most people has to show up in most meetings. In fact, she had to show up tonight for essentially just an introduction to these items. But there weren't questions relative to the items that she was introducing, and that would have gone to a consent agenda. But if there were questions, it should be referred to committee, and it's possible that she would have to show up at that meeting as well. But she doesn't have to sit through all the other stuff. She doesn't have to, the staff doesn't have to. I mean, we have Charlene sitting here throughout this entire evening in this conversation. Is that necessary? And I don't think so. I don't think that, so it's an allocation of resources. And I think you make the adjustment. I think you'll find, I mean, and by the way, if it presents a problem that's insurmountable, again, that's always subject to the council to reconsider and change the rules accordingly to adapt. I mean, I think too often we fall into this reverential faith in our forebearers, the people who come up with, you know, our forefathers with this great wisdom came up with a constitution and it's infallible. But that's not true. We are all fallible creatures and we haven't anticipated every prospect. But the fact is what we're trying to do is make something that's going to work. If it doesn't work, you are empowered. Well, you aren't, and I'm not, but the council will be empowered to change it and make those adaptations. And my counsel is just don't fear that change. Don't try to figure out everything why it would blow up. But I think that this body has the opportunity to be able to make it work and work better. And that's essentially what I think virtually every one of these recommendations addresses.
I'm not fearing it. I embrace change. I'm excited about this change. I'm just, you know, I'm a planner. I like to, you know, understand what's going to be expected. And, you know, obviously I'm taking on a new role and I want to understand my piece in this change as well. So I see your hand, Al. One more quick question. So, or comment. So in our rules now, it says that committees, you know, our subcommittees are essentially supposed to report out to the full council. So, I mean, I guess my question would be, why couldn't the finance committee then report to the full council at that sort of that actual vote? Which, and at times we've kind of done that more, right? Where it would be, you know, we've sort of relied on staff more in these later years that I've been on the council than I remember us doing in my earlier years, where it would be, you know, the chair of legislative matters or the chair of finance would kind of do, or, you know, transportation parking would do the reporting of what happened around an item in the subcommittee to the full council, as opposed to then having the staff person sort of do the whole presentation again from scratch for, you know, a second, third time. You know, we've seen Carolyn Mish do this now, sometimes many times over zoning. So that's just, I guess, a point that I want to make. Al. Hi, Al.
Hello, thank you. Good evening. I've met most of you, but most of you may not be aware of what my background was, which is why I think the mayor-elect asked me to serve on the committee. In another community, I served as an elected member of my town council for 18 years, including 12 years as finance committee chair. And I mentioned that because the perspective that I brought was from somebody who was used to doing things differently. And so my question would very often be, perhaps to my committee members' frustration from time to time, is why are you doing it this way? And so we had a lot of discussion. We talked things through. You know, people presented the arguments a lot of times that, well, actually, this is just the way we've always done it, Rich. You know, we all fall back on that because we all live in circumstances where we just do things the way they're being done. But this is a great opportunity to ask, you know, why did we do it that way? And so I think a lot of the recommendations really focus around two pieces. And the first gets to what the council president was just referring to, which is to really use the subcommittees as subcommittees, to let the subcommittee do the deep work of asking the questions. My experience would be, just like we're having tonight, that subcommittee is the one that presents the item to the full council, because they've done the work. They can explain why they're making the recommendations they are, and then the council makes a deliberation and then it votes. So, and that's the reason of treating the finance committee like every other, as a subcommittee that does its work outside of the council meetings and brings its work back for a vote. The other thing was to really focus on how to make these meetings more efficient, to be respectful of everybody's time, your time as essentially volunteers, the time of people like me, a citizen who at 11 o'clock is at the point in the agenda that I was interested in. And for our town staff who often who deserve to be compensated and often work very late into the night because of long meetings. So you really have to see a lot of the reforms as a package, all of which add to fundamentally those two things. And I'm sure you'll have some questions about some other parts, but we really did spend the time to query, why is it done this way, and could we do it a better way to achieve those goals?
I appreciate that work that you did, Councillor Foster.
And unmute. And Councillor Shara, to your point, Councillor Dwight's point about, since she was here tonight, Sarah LaValle, how many times is she going to have to come and present a financial order? And I would think it would be the exception rather than the rule that she would find herself presenting more than twice. I think it would be, many financial orders would be presented to the council with enough information that it's referred to the consent agenda. Then there will be financial orders that are presented with enough information, but councilors have questions or want an opportunity for public input. And then that deeper discussion would go on in the committee meeting. And of those, I would anticipate many would be resolved enough in the committee meeting that the committee would come back and report to the full council. I think it would be an unusual financial order that required staff presence at three separate meetings. But of course, to Councillor Dwight's point, yes, it could happen in this setup. It definitely could, but I think that would be a real outlier.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, like maybe an animal control facility, for example, although that was more about the facility rather than the financial order. But it's an unusual order that would generate that much.
Although I remember that one being a pretty quick discussion, actually, and a quick vote by the council. It's what came after. Councillor Thorpe, did I see your hand? Yes?
Yes.
Please.
Yes, thank you. Councilor Maori, thank you and the rest of the committee for doing this report. And I really like what you did with it. I just have a quick question. Maybe it's not that quick. But under public comment, I just want to know, how did you come up with going from 3 minutes to 2 minutes for regular public comment and 6 minutes to 4 minutes for those needed a language translation? Because you took a minute off the regular public comment, but you took 2 minutes off those needing a translator. So how did you come up with that number? Instead of saying, hey, we're going to take a minute off this one, we're going to take a minute off those who need a translation. I just want to know how you came up with the numbers.
Maybe not for me to answer this, but I'll just say I believe I was one of the people that asked to, if I remember correctly, have that translation additional time in there, or I had worked on it. And it was it was just double the amount of time for the comment. So if comment was 3 minutes, then it would be 6. It's essentially adding double the time so that someone says something and then it's translated. So you need twice as much time. Does that make sense? Sorry, but someone from the committee please answer. Oh, Laura.
Yeah.
You're muted though, Laura.
I'm not sure it was even discussed by the committee, because I think that I just in changing the rule to incorporate the 2 minutes, just followed the pattern in the original rule of doubling the amount of time for. So I think, yeah, I don't think it was a deliberate decision on their part.
Al. Oh, sorry, Al, hold on. There you go.
Actually, we did discuss that, and if my memory is right, it was member Baskin who led the discussion on this, and he did in fact notice that the language in the rules already just said double the amount for translation, and that's what we left.
Thank you.
Councillor Foster.
And just for posterity to note that this is it's in the rules that somebody would have double the time for translation, and there's an allowance for that. And yet this is one of those moments where a chair of a meeting would have discretion. So just needed to say that for the record and for posterity, that the chair of a meeting has discretion on translation and allowing the time needed for that.
Yeah, I saw that regarding the chair. I just want to know how you guys came up with that. So thank you.
Counselor Thorpe, did you have other questions?
Nope, that was it.
Can I, so when the order of business has changed on these recommendations, and my only question is, financial orders are on here, but there's not an financial, not financial orders not yet referred on here. So I would think you would need an additional line for that. Like there is ordinances not yet referred, you'd need an additional order of business section. Counselor-
Agreed.
Yeah. Counselor Jarrett?
Yes, I think that's an important point, but also resolutions not yet considered. Because there is a requirement to, in the new rules, to introduce something once. Not necessarily refer it, but to say, you know, to introduce it and take any questions and clarifications, but not deliberation.
That is also correct. I agree with that.
Okay. Am I missing hands while I'm scrolling? I had another. Then moving down farther, so section 5.2, referral of matters. First of all, can I just say, I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't tackle this numbering structure, guys.
Right, you could have done that.
It's so counselors elect, I expect you to tackle the 4.1.1.1.1 at some point, 0.13 at some point.
We'll just use emojis.
Overnight.
Sorry, go on.
So 5.2.2 financial orders. I'm asking whether this section needs to be modified. This section would need to be modified if some items are going, the wording, if some items are going to go on the consent agenda. So it says, so no order or resolution authorizing loan, levy of a tax or expenditure of money, with the exception of printing the annual report, shall be voted on by the city council until it has been considered by the committee on finance. So if it's not going to be considered by the committee on finance, that needs to be included in this section.
Right.
If it's just going to skip right to consent.
Right.
Those were my main things that I noted. Oh, Councillor Dwight, then Councillor Nash.
I'll defer to Councillor Nash. I mean, I wanted to speak to 5.5, which was my particular bugaboo, but I'll let Councillor Nash go.
Go ahead. I proceed with you're more on the topic.
If I may, this is actually one of those, you've heard me comment on this before. This is actually one of those things. This is the way we used to do it. This is the way we've always done it. But in fact, it's not required. In fact, it's based on a misreading of what Robert's Rules of Order is. And we always interpreted a reading as a vote, and it's not. We actually built into Robert's Rules of Order a number of mechanisms, as I said before, that allows you to defer the vote or delay the vote for more information if the body feels it's necessary. A reading is simply just that. That is reading the order And now we're saying you don't have to read the entire order literally, but that the order be presented, introduced to the council, and then they make their referral to their subcommittees for more study, and then come back with the recommendations. And then it's debated and deliberated on the floor with one final vote. And with the option, actually, as I said, to defer, delay, or revisit. So I always felt that it was kind of important, because about a third of our agendas, as you'll notice in many cases, have been the second reading. What we've enjoyed about the second reading was it was another bite at the apple, gave us an opportunity to review and make sure that we made the right vote to begin with. But I'd like to point out that that's rarely, if ever, been invoked. The only time that it comes up is somebody will say, I'll vote for it now. And that's usually on a financial order, oddly enough. I'll vote for it now, but I'm waiting to hear more, get a report from the financial director as they do, or the mayor as they do deeper research and come back with the information. Now, with this committee structure and setup, that's not necessary. You can ask that up front in the finance committee meeting, and then presumably have your information delivered at least by the time the vote comes. And if it hasn't, if it's not realized then you can call for a minority reconsideration, or even a majority reconsideration, actually, depending. So it's this vestigial tale that we had that really ultimately it was confusing. The language is improper. It was improper interpretation of the language. This conforms with Robert's Rules of Order, conforms to Mass General Law, and actually makes a cleaner process. And I think, and also creates less confusion for the community. When I wasn't a counselor, I didn't understand what readings were versus why readings were called readings instead of being called votes. It never made any sense to me. So I'm actually kind of excited in a perverse way that this is actually, we're now seeing this change so that we can at least behave like every other community in the state.
Councilor Nash, are you ready?
Well, yeah, so to Councilor Jarrett's point earlier, so we're kind of deliberating the order.
I know.
And maybe we want to just put it on the floor so that we're actually doing that, and that that also at the same time, so do we want to make that action now, or?
I'm sort of allowing this to be a little bit messy, where these are recommendations that are being put forward in a presentation to us, and we're discussing these recommendations and what we think the implications of them are. They're, as I said, from actually it was you, Councilor Nash, right, who made the very brilliant comment that what's going to happen if we have to act under these rules at the next meeting and we don't sort of have that infrastructure in place for it. So I think we don't want, I'm concerned about voting on this order before the next meeting.
So that is kind of to the point, that I'm hoping that we don't vote on this tonight, because I'm still trying to figure out the finance committee structure in my head, the threshold for referral. And at what point does investigating asking pertinent questions start to delve into deliberating? We've kind of done that right here. And that I have to say, this has been really helpful, being able to have this messier discussion. I also want to say that it's good we're not doing a first reading, or if this were an ordinance, we'd be doing 2 readings on this. I appreciate that this is kind of the process we're talking about, where something is introduced and we discuss it, and then the next time we actually vote on it. But I think we're seeing how messy, actual fact finding can be.
Right.
And so, anyway, yeah, I'm glad that we'll probably put this off until our next meeting to, as it'll give me a little time to figure some things out.
Councilor Dwight might be about to say this, and if it's more comfortable, we could put this on the floor and then postpone voting on it. But Councilor Dwight?
Well, actually, what I was going to say is the council president and I, well, this is the council president's order. So, but I was debating what the order meant, at least what it meant to me. So as I understood it, the council president understood it as an order to accept the rules, and I understood it as a request for accepting the recommendations, which is something different. It wasn't an order, it's just merely accepting the report. Pesticides report is a perfect example, and that was presented. We voted to accept it. We didn't vote an order on it until later. And that's what's going to be the case with the new council. They're going to, which is why we are giving them a baptism by fire tonight. I appreciate that, but the fact is that there will be the opportunity for them to understand, at least on some level, what the discussion points are. I, for one, think that, yes, I agree. I don't think we should vote on the order tonight, period. Because it really does create that constraint of functioning under those new rules at the next meeting. But I do think it's appropriate to discuss the recommendations. The recommendations first are being presented, and then the questions are being addressed and the questions are being asked. You're right. That is the description of deliberation. It is a debate of sorts. And that's why I'm a little more comfortable having a debate that's appropriate to accepting recommendations. You say potato, I say potato. I think, whatever, the end result that we want from this is at least an opportunity to make the case that the subcommittee make their presentation and make their case for the rule changes. The recommendations, for instance, the things that the council president has spotted are perfect, and other recommendations that Councilor Jarrett has made. Those all work, and it's part of the recommendations that we will be talking about perhaps in the next meeting if we do accept an order, where we can put it on the floor and debate those issues where we find that there is some marked disagreement. But at that point, think about it, we will vote and approve rules that we will not have to live under. We won't have to live under those rules. That would fall on the next council on their organizational meeting. The council president's concern was they're going to have to look at two sets, the existing rules and then the modified rules that we're presenting. And that might be a little much on your first day of sitting down and trying to figure out what's going on. Because I think I can speak for all of us, all of us who were involved in organizational meetings, we didn't debate the rules. We didn't discuss the rules at all. It was just a question of whether we accepted them or not, right? And we did, which is the process by which we perpetuated these anomalies, these things that really ultimately that we've identified at least as not being necessary and impede the best process. So I would say whatever you guys want to do, but my recommendation would be not to vote it as an order, but merely discuss and accept it as recommendations.
It should be noted that, in my time on the council, so 8 years, the rules have gone through 2 major revisions. So yes, there are some of these things, and again, to the work that Councilor Foster did on this, some of these things are more sort of cultural in how we do it versus rules, but it's not like we've been passing these down for generations and not giving them any sort of reflection. They've actually had some fairly significant revisions just in twice in less than a decade. Councilor Dwight?
Well, if I may, of course, those were never referred to a committee. Essentially, that was 2 councilors in each instance writing and drafting them And then when they came back with their recommendations, those were discussed on the floor as their recommendations and eventually voted as an order in the middle of a session. But this is unprecedented, and I think right, that this went to a committee that you designed, and I think it was brilliant actually to incorporate citizen input as well. Because we always, I mean, usually with the council, it always decided, I mean, back when Councilor Labarge and I were first elected 2.5 centuries ago, we actually went on a retreat. There was no open meeting law at that point. We went on a retreat and isolated the public, and we had to hash it out about what the committees were going to be, what the rules were going to be, and so on and so forth. And then we came back and basically voted on it, and no one had any input on that. It was just us. I mean, remember, these rules are just for us, basically, but the purpose of these rules, and particularly in this charge, was to create accessibility for the public, clear process, and more transparency, and more, and also, as Member Simon has said, efficiency, to do the job that we were charged to do, rather than expose people to really long meetings that go, say, past 11 or so.
Councilor Jarrett.
May I suggest a path forward? I'm not sure the Rules Committee will like me for suggesting this, but the suggestion is that we lay out all of our other concerns or questions that we have at this meeting, and any of us, and then that the Rules Committee meet in between the next meeting to consider those concerns and come up with possibly amended language. Because if we don't do that, then we have to act individually, or under the open meeting law, perhaps Councilor Maori could figure everything out on her own, but I'm not sure she'd want to do that. So that was my thought in that. And then at the next meeting, we will have hopefully done our research and thinking and possibly attended that Rules Committee meeting and be able to accept the rules, the next one.
Oh, I'm hearing crickets from that committee.
I'm not sure what that does. That's different than this. It essentially, we kick it back to the committee that's making the recommendations. If there, the idea was to solicit the concerns and thoughts and ideas and even pushback from the body in the main. Now that's what we're doing, and then it's up to the body when we convene next time, the last time, to work it out then, I think. And if you any more information or any more suggestions or recommendations to be made, that would be the appropriate time to do it. I think a separate meeting of the Rules Committee would have us going, basically having the same conversations we've been having now for several months, with others participating. Not anything different than what we're doing right now, except it's a more expansive conversation, because we do have the councilors elect and everyone else, which they would also be able to attend this special meeting. But I would say this is that special meeting. At least this is what I'm thinking of it as.
I should clarify. I saw that meeting as writing the language. Like, who is going to write the updated language? And if there is one person who, or a subset of folks who want to take that on to then propose, and maybe that's Laura coming off of all of the things that we discussed here. But I think there is language to be written. So my suggestion was to do it then, but it could be done in another fashion.
Councilor Dwight.
As we've noted before, that amendments can be made in committee for sure, but that can also be made on the floor. So whatever amendments that might be made to these recommendations, we can do that on the floor. If you're concerned about the precision of language, which I appreciate, I mean, I think I got a sense. I mean, for instance, the two items that you guys brought up, that's pretty straightforward about the modifications and amendments to those oversights that we made. There are others to be sure, I'm sure. I mean, we didn't do an exhaustive review of the rules. We would have died of old age before you got to hear them. So, but this was the ones that presented themselves as of more immediate concern. And so any amendments can be made at the next meeting, at the last meeting, this being the penultimate, but.
Okay. Counselor Nash?
Yeah, I just wanted to affirm Counselor Jarrett's thinking. I was actually running through my head. Does it help if we refer this? It's almost like we've created our own little purgatory here for all of these, for these questions around, referral, committee work, and that, and yeah, I actually had that thought, but I moved on from it, but I wanted you to know I had the same thought. So that's why I didn't jump on seconding it, but so.
Okay, Counselor Dwight, and then let's wrap this
Okay,
up.
yes, I would recommend that the organizational committee meeting make its referral. How's that? Because it's there, you guys are the ones who are going to have to live under these rules. If you have changes that you want to make in addition to or amplifying or changing these, that would be yours to make because you're the ones who will have to abide by these rules. Granted, your organizational meeting might be a little longer than they usually are, but I mean, that's the time to have that discussion. I realize, ideally, maybe this report would have come out a month ago, but there was too much work to be done. But the fact remains is that ultimately, whatever we were going to recommend, about 4 of us are not going to have to abide by these rules. And it wouldn't be appropriate for us to make decision on rules that the next council would have to abide by. So that would be my referral to the next council to make their discussion, debate, modifications where we'll call this a preface or an introduction to rule changes. And then it's up to the next council to decide what would work best for them. Because I think another meeting actually really doesn't get us where you want to go.
So I'll just note that, so generally the organization for the counselors elect, or maybe I think we did this with this for this current term, but usually, so the organizational meeting is different than a regular council meeting. It's held before a regular council meeting. So we're still working on the schedule for the day that we're sworn in, that inauguration. Generally what happens is there's a swearing in that happens, and then the council has their organizational, that's usually in the morning. It's not always in the morning. But I believe it will be in the morning this time around. And then there'll be an organizational meeting, usually by the council on those sorts of days, in the afternoon. That's usually a fairly fast meeting. And that's where you're going to elect the president and the vice president. You'll vote to accept the rules usually, and you will vote on the calendar. I think those are the main items. It's usually a fairly quick meeting. And then at your next council meeting, which will be that following Thursday, you will have all of that structure in place to be able to run your meeting. So I just wanted to give you guys sort of that layout, because this would be a different meeting than it normally would be, and you might want to think about how you want to schedule that organizational meeting. Councilor Dwight.
It's worth noting, though, you won't have any committees to refer it to because they won't be populated. So just saying. Yeah, you will not. That is very true. Councilor Foster.
Just, I'm moving toward wrapping up. Thinking about, there are some changes, concrete changes that would need to be made regarding the order of agenda. I hear there's still a larger discussion to be had about the proposed structure of Finance Committee. But I agree with Councilor Dwight here, actually, that I think that the value is hearing from others. Amendments can be proposed at the next meeting before accepting the order. And then, of course, it could not be accepted, or perhaps, as amended, parts of the recommendations are accepted and parts of them are not accepted. And that at least gives the new council a structure, that maybe not all of the changes we proposed are accepted, and that's okay. Then we have a structure to start in January, and the new council could choose to continue working on things. I know this committee supports the changes that we've brought forward, and I would be happy to talk with anyone more about them as well, and look forward to picking up the discussion and the order next time around.
Except you have to be careful about discussing them with people.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
can't
Right,
do
because
that.
we're going to deliberate, and now it's.
They will be,
I won't
the
talk to any of
rules
you.
will be voted on eventually by some council that
Yeah.
you will be sitting on, so.
Don't call me. I'll see you here in 2 weeks.
What time of the night, Karen?
Councilor Maori.
Yeah, no, I think we should wrap up, but I wanted to say that I thought about this too, and and partly that's why I hesitated around Council Jarrett's suggestion, because I feel like a lot is going to come up. These are kind of big changes, and I tried to I wish we could put on a VR headset and go through a meeting, because I think you have to see all of everything working in conjunction.
Exactly.
Now we're not reading documents out loud. Now we're not taking 2 votes. Now public comment is shorter, and I think I guess what I'm saying is I have a feeling that there might be adjustments, and we didn't do it very much this term, but we can amend these rules at any point.
Yes, we
And
can.
the new counselors need to know that too. That this isn't working, we can adjust it. There's no hang up there. We can do it. And I kind of feel like that might have to happen. We'll see. It's just that there's so many interconnected points, and I think honestly, it feels like an experiential thing to me. And I think this conversation, I believe, is going to actually continue in some forms for the beginning of our new term. So that's just my perspective.
Right.
Okay. Okay, so if there's no further comment on this presentation, thank you very much for it. Thank you, Al Simon, for being here. Thank you, councilors-elect, for being here. And we can move, oh, I've lost my agenda. We can move on. Oh dear, hold on one second. To, so we will be postponing this order. Yes?
I move to table 21-370 to the next council meeting.
Okay.
Okay, motion's been made by Councilor Dwight, seconded by Councilor Thorpe. Any discussion? Sorry, I can't see. Roll call, please, Laura.
You're muted.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
and Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Okay, that will be taken up at the next meeting. And we are moving to ordinances 21.371, an ordinance extending the effective date of section 272-18 to July 1st, 2022. This is a first reading. A waiver of referral to the ordinance to legislative matters is requested. So actually, do we need to, sorry, Councilor Jarrett?
Yeah, I am going to recuse myself from this
Yeah, sorry.
item. My business pedal people may have a financial effect from this, from the previous one, and of course now that we're talking about it again. So I'll come back afterward.
Thank you. So do we need to vote to waive, suspend rules to waive referral to legislative matters?
Yes. So I do move to suspend rules to waive the referral.
Second.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Dwight, seconded by Councilor Foster. Any discussion on? Wow, I just totally lost it for a second. On suspending rules, that's where I am. No. Roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett. Oh, I'm sorry, recused. Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
and Counselor Nash.
Yes.
Okay, so we've waived that referral and I
Move
will.
approval.
Get it?
Motion's made by Counselor Dwight. Who was the second?
Counselor Labarge.
Counselor Labarge. So it's very short. I'm going to read it real quick. This is upon the recommendation of Counselor Rachel Maori. An ordinance of the City of Northampton, Massachusetts, providing the Code of Ordinances, of the City of Northampton, Massachusetts, be amended to extend the date on which Section 272-18, environmental protection and solid waste reduction, shall take effect. Be it ordained by the City Council, City of Northampton, City Council assembled as follows. Code of Ordinances shall be and hereby is amended as follows in Section 272-18 by deleting in subsection F the word January and replacing it with the word July. Counselor Maori, would you like to talk about?
Yes, thank you. And I just noticed Amy Cahalane is still with us, so that's wonderful. Very dedicated person. So that's good. We can hear from her if we want to. Basically, you know, as you probably know, the plastics reduction ordinance was, you know, basically the pride of my first term, and I'm glad that we have it. We passed it, and I'm glad that Northampton is going forward with it. But you know, when I started working on, I started working on that ordinance before I was even on council, and of course, so much has changed. So when we made the January date last year, no, it wasn't last year, earlier this year, we knew that there was a possibility that businesses would be in a situation that, you know, not non-optimal for a start date in terms of the pandemic and the after effects. And well, we're not even out of it, so we can't even get to the after effects. So anyway, I just got precipitated from a call or email from Amy Cahalane from the DNA, who described, I'm sure you all got her letter, you know, that across the board supply chain issues. So the issues what I see is I personally, as a co-sponsor on this ordinance, I really want businesses, I want to give them ample time. I'd rather look back and have said we gave everyone ample time, not just businesses, but we also, you know, the mayor's designee is going to be the solid waste coordinator at the DPW. That's a new position, a new person who just came in, and they're going to have to process exemption applications and help, and you know, they'll be responsible for helping businesses comply. I talked to Cindy today. She seemed relieved at the DPW, and she seemed very relieved by the idea of having more time for the solid waste coordinator to gain their footing. So there's that issue, and then there's the issue of composting services to match the need of businesses who will be composting more because of this ordinance. So I think for those reasons, I'd rather give ample time. I mean, exemptions to me, the spirit of an exemption was really an individual business's issue that they could apply for. What Amy is describing, and I'll let her speak on this more, but is an across the board issues for most businesses, not all, but for a lot of businesses, especially food service industry. So that's why I'm asking for this tonight, and I'd be happy to hear from Amy if she'd like to add more.
Well, I move to recognize Amy
Right.
Cahalane.
Thank you. Second.
There's made and seconded. Any discussion on recognizing Amy Cahalane? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
and Counselor Quinlan.
Yes.
Okay, Amy, you are recognized. Welcome. Sorry it is so late. You are a trooper.
No, only 2 more of this city council's term, so I feel like it's appropriate to have it be a late one. I'll keep it very short, just a couple of points that I wanted to highlight. The first is that this is a nationwide trend that we're seeing just reflected in downtown, and the restaurants that I heard from, it's not just pizza places or Chinese food takeout or cafes, it's everything. It's pizza parlors, formal sit-down restaurants, coffee shops, it's across the board. They're experiencing incredibly high prices and difficulty in accessing supplies. And the businesses, I hope you could tell from my letter, they've done the work to try and source the appropriate materials. Many of them are working with Recycle Works. So it's not that they've just kicked this can down the road and they're hoping to just postpone having to deal with this ordinance. They know what they need to do. They're just not able to get the supplies at the same time as they're facing these incredibly high price increases and labor shortages and the winter season and COVID, et cetera. So this would just be an incredibly difficult time for them to go through this. The other thing that I would highlight is it is entirely possible that I will come and tell you the same story in June of 2022. Everything is so uncertain. I think the July 1 date, not to speak for Councilor Maori, it's probably a little later than she would have wanted, and it's a little earlier than I would have wanted, but it felt like a compromise date. I just want to be very upfront and open about the likelihood, given uncertainty, that I may come back to you, and it's not because businesses don't want to comply, it's that it's physically just not possible for them to comply right now.
Thank you for that. Councilor Labarge and Councilor Dwight.
Amy, I want to thank you very much for this very thorough email that we received. And being business owners ourselves, but not in the food industry, we do go out and eat quite a bit. And we've been hearing how they're struggling. And everything you have written here is facts. We have heard about the shortage of getting their products right down the line, plus the increase of everything and having the difficulties of finding staff to work. If you look around, and just not in our city, everywhere you go now, Williamsburg, right down the line, you'll see signs, hiring, need staff, right? I have to agree with you. I'm just saying this from my heart because of the business people that we have talked to nonstop. I think the ones that are probably doing good are lawyers, to be honest with you, because of people losing their homes right down the line. So I agree with, I think you will be back again in July, because I think that they're still not going to be on their feet yet. That's my feelings toward this, and also a lot of other people, because everybody has struggled so hard. Our restaurant owners, business owners, clothing, and up in Florence, right down the line, so it takes time to recover. And this COVID-19 really did a job in our city of Northampton and Florence and Leeds. And I have to thank Councilor Rachel Mayor for working with you and helping all our business people and doing this extension. So thank you both.
Thank you, Councilor Dwight.
As the other co-sponsor of this ordinance, this was not designed to be punitive. It was designed with aspirations. And in fact, actually, all the conversations with the restaurant owners that we've had share those aspirations. At the same time, we recognize and acknowledge the frustrations, because we were proposing this at a time when there was great uncertainty, which continues. And as Amy says, is likely to continue into the summer. But the fact is that, which is also accounts for why we built in a lot of exemption time and a lot of immersion time, if you will. The fact remains is that there's no upside to being rigid about this and inflexible. There isn't. That doesn't benefit the restaurant owners. It doesn't benefit the processes we're trying in the goals that we're trying to achieve. So I think it's appropriate at this time to allow for this delay. And I would, it won't be up to me, but I would suggest the future council be prepared for the possibility there's going to have to be some modifications and adjustments in order to make this work. The only reason things work is when we do them collaboratively, and that we do them cooperatively, and that there's buy-in, as much buy-in from the community and that we are regulating at the same time the community that we're serving. So this is a wholly appropriate request and done in the best way possible. I think it was Amy has worked very closely with the Youth Commission, which was the original sponsor and drafter of this ordinance. And I spoke with the Youth Commission last night and told them that this was a possibility. This is a likelihood, in fact. And they actually understood. They did understand the reason for it, and at the same time are anxious to see it realized. So I'm going to be with them on that. I'm anxious to see this realized, but at the same time, I think it's appropriate for us to respond with understanding and compassion and to grant this delay.
Councillor Nash.
Yeah, I just want to, commend the spirit of collaboration here. Councillor Maori, Councillor Dwight, and Amy, and that the goal here is to come up with a cleaner waste stream, and it's not to punish folks. And so we'll all keep pulling in the same direction, and and I'm happy to help with some of that outreach again, like I did last time when this was before council. And so, but yeah, this is good work here, and we'll keep moving forward.
Councillor Foster and Councillor Maori.
Councillor Maori and Councillor Dwight and Amy, thank you for bringing this forward. I believe in the ordinance and the goals of the ordinance, and recognize that we need to address plastics pollution and climate change with urgency, and yet also we can't address that. I understand the impossibility for many of the businesses and restaurants in complying, and it was never my intention to pass an ordinance that was unattainable. And so I support the request for an extension. I think we are all hopeful that supply chain issues will straighten themselves out, and or they're not going to straighten themselves out, but that supply chain issues get straightened out, and that moving toward compliance with this ordinance is going to be in our sights, and we'll see where we get. But I am in support of this extension. I appreciate your work on this.
Thank you. Councilor Maori.
Yeah, just briefly, I just wanted to say that my dream is that when this is rolled out, and it will be rolled out eventually, that we have like a really proactive kind of outreach and promotional, campaign, so that we get consumers really on board to support businesses, and that we are uplifting businesses, and we are saying, look what these businesses are doing, everyone, and let's be patient when they don't have the straw we like or whatever. I think there's going to be an educational component, an outreach component that would really help this process when it is rolled out. It'll probably come from the mayor's office, but I just want to put that out there that that I think it would really help when we do roll this out. If we have everyone on the team, the goal being to reduce plastics, not to punish businesses. And I think consumers can be more patient when they know it's for a good cause. And I think we need to make sure they know about what the cause is and what businesses are doing for us.
Councillor Quinlan, did I see your hand?
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to echo the rest of the council. Everyone that's spoken is in agreement here. I think that this postponement is a good idea. But I wanted to just mention, I think that when we voted to enact this, Councilor Mayor was just talking about outreach, just talking about public education around this. And even our facilities here in Northampton handling more compostables and that sort of thing. There's a lot of work to be done around this ordinance. It's not ready to just roll out. And I think when you say that you think it comes from the mayor's office, I don't disagree, but I also think the Youth Commission wants to be involved in this, that they should take a role in helping to educate the community. I think the council has to take a role in that as well. And I'll look forward to the businesses reaping the benefits of people supporting their efforts to reduce our plastic consumption.
Okay, any further comments on this extension? All right, I feel like I'm missing some counselors, but seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
and Counselor Shara.
Yes. Okay, that.
I would like to move items
Thank you,
B
Amy.
through F as a group, please.
Second,
Sorry, first, so we'll take a second reading at the next meeting, yes?
On that one, yes. On the, yeah.
Okay, B,
Wait a minute.
what's up? Yes, someone, Counselor Mary.
This is not true.
Yeah.
We just did the extending the effective date of section of section 2272-18.
That we did first reading, yes,
That's the first reading?
yes.
Okay. So I thought we were just doing one reading on this.
Yeah, me
So-
too.
Yes.
Well, so that's why I wanted to see, do we want to do, I mean, so it's an ordinance, it needs two readings under
Right.
the rules.
Rules.
We waived the referral to legislative matters, but there's not a request for a second reading. One could be made. But, the second reading would come before the enactment of the ordinance anyway, so,
Okay.
okay, so we're moving on. Okay. So, sorry, Counselor Dwight, B through
The B through F as a
B
group.
through F as a group. Is there a second?
second,
It's made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Jarrett. Any discussion on this group of ordinances B through F? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
yes,
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay.
I'd
those
like,
passed in second
I'd
reading.
like to move to item 21.318 and 21.319 all as a group.
Those two items as a group.
Second.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Thorpe. Any discussion on second reading these two items? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
yes,
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
and Counselor Dwight.
Yes, and then I would like to move adjournment.
Second,
Motion made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Labarge. Roll call, please, Laura, on adjourning.
Counselor Jarrett,
yes.
Counselor Labarge,
yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Oh,
Rose.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
and Counselor Foster.
Yes.
All right, we're adjourned.
Yeah.
It's midnight. Look at how soft we've gotten,
Night.
guys.
We've become